7. Good Sir just moved back down to 8th there at the end of that session. So a good qualifying there from Hunter and Emerson and Hughes for the top 3. Then we go back to French and Barker. That's your top 5. Yeah, good mate, how are you?
I'm the horse and you. I'm the ass, you the horse.
Nah, it's all good. See ya. So now just Vortex Mini Rock out there, proudly sponsored by WKS Kart Store, just starting to get the tyres up to temperature, start to warm up the laps. Rotex Junior on the dummy grid for your qualifying session. Rotex Junior on the dummy grid, please. So time's just starting to come down now. Currently Nixon Cripps up there in P1, Tucker there in 2, O'Malley's there in 3, but Doherty starts to move up. Doherty now takes P3 away from O'Malley. Then we go back to Aaron Lee, Nico Thomason, then we go back to Randall. These times will start to come down now as things start to warm up a little bit. So another good lap for Cripps there, 34.4. George Tucker right there behind him, 35.0. Times are starting to come down. O'Malley moves back up into 3. So Cripps this time goes quicker with a 34.1. He's still time to beat at the moment. Does anybody have an answer for Cripps today? Oh, Doherty moves up into P3, so now it's Cripps, Tucker and Doherty is your 3. Then we go back to O'Malley and Lee rounds out your top 5. Still a few tenths difference between Cripps and Tucker and the rest of the field, so Cripps starting to extend his lead a little bit. So Doherty now moves up into P2. He's going quicker. 1/10 the difference between him and Cripps on 1. Then we go back to Tucker in 3, O'Malley in 4. Thomason now moves up into P5. So it's still Cripps up the top at 34.1. Then we go back to Doherty. He's moved up into 2. O'Malley now jumps back up into P3. Only 3/10 behind the leader. Then we go back to Tucker and Lee now rounds out the top 5. So Lee and Thomason having a bit of a battle for P5. So Cripps still at the top of the timesheets, not improving on the time so far. Asher Doherty now starting to claw the gap down, 0.9 of a second, 0.9 of a second. Then we go back to Tucker, O'Malley and Lee still there on your top 5 on the bubble. So the pace for Cripps just starting to drop off a bit now. No improvement on his time at the top. Doherty still right there behind him. Then we go back to Tucker, O'Malley and Lee. Still the same top 5 at this stage. Then it's Thomason, Randall, Gallagher, Toynbee, Iris Lee and Leslie at the back. Also an improvement on time there for Doherty, but not enough to take P1. Now just 700ths of a second between Doherty and Cripps. Then we go back to Tucker. He's a couple of tenths back. So too is O'Malley and Lee. Oh, so Doherty now comes down a little bit more, but still P2. Now it's 300ths of a second. So right on the bubble there is Doherty. 1:50 to go in this session for him. Can he take the lead from Cripps? Oh, and Aaron Lee goes a bit quicker that last lap. He moves up into P4. Oh, and there we go. Asher Doherty goes quicker than Cripps, 34.1. So it's Doherty now on top for the qualifying session. Does Cripps have an answer for him in these last couple of seconds? Then we go back to Tucker. Lee now up to 4th. O'Malley now on the bubble on 5. So absolutely nothing in it between these top 2. 100th of a second between Doherty and Cripps at the pointy end. Then we go back a couple of tenths to Tucker, then a couple of tenths to Lee as well. So Lee improving on that time just a little bit, not enough to move him up the order. Just 30 seconds to go in this one now. Oh, and there we go. Cripps goes quicker again this time. So Cripps now at the top of the charts again, 34.10. Just 300ths of a second quicker than Doherty. Then we go back to Tucker and Lee. Then O'Malley's there on the bubble on 5. Just a couple of seconds to go now for the end of this session. Can Doherty improve on his time and swipe that P1 from Cripps? No, not enough to do it. So it's going to be Cripps off 1. Then we've got Doherty on 2. Tucker there, nicely on 3. Then we go back to Aaron Lee on 4. Then it's O'Malley there at number 5. Thomason 6. Randall 7. Iris Lee 8. Emma Gallagher 9. Theo Toynbee 10. And rounding out the field is Joel Leslie. Good week qualifying session there for the front couple of drivers. Rightio, so now heading out are the Rotax Junior, sponsored by New World Rolliston. Cadet to the dummy grid for your qualifying session. Cadets to the dummy grid for your qualifying session. So 20 drivers in this field. It's going to be a lot of moving and shuffling positions as they start to bring the times down. Everything's starting to warm up on the car. 8 minutes to set the quick time. Who's it going to be? At the pointy end yesterday, we had Tucker and Fisher. Low was up there as well. Good battle with those top three cars yesterday in reverse direction. See if anybody else can bring the times down to that level today in the normal direction. A lot more laps in this direction for most of these drivers. As we start to see the times coming down now, Fletcher Lowe up there in P1, 32.6. That will change shortly though, as these things get warmed up. And so there we go, Fletcher Lowe still at the top, 31.8. Then we go back to Tucker, 32.0. Then we have Fisher, McGrath and Whittle there on the bubble in 5. Then we go back to Smith, Hurrell and Batt. Cayford and Wilton rounds out the 10 at the moment. So Tucker and Lowe now starting to put a bit of a battle on up the front. Lowe there with quickest time, 31.6. Tucker there, 31.8. Then McGrath moved up, he's in there 3, 31.9. Then we go back to Fisher and Smith on the bubble in 5. Then we go back to Batt, Dennison, Whittle, Wilton and Hurrell now on the top 10. So it's still Low up there at the top, 31.5. Then Tucker now still putting the pressure on, 31.6. Just 600ths of a second between the top two. Then we go back to McGrath, still under a 10th of a second. Then it's Smith, then Fisher. Hurrell now starting to move up the order. He's up there in 6. Wilton goes quicker again, he's 7. 8th at Denniston, Whittle 9, and Robbie Batt now down in the top 10. Few changes further back. Jossie Ware in 12, Joe 13, Brad at 14. And Tucker now goes to the top, 31.499. Louis Smith moves up as well. So he's there in second, 7 thousandths of a second between Smith and Tucker, nothing in it. Then we go back to Lowe, he's still right there, 31.5 as well. Then we go back to McGrath and Fisher now on the bubble on 5. Then we go back to Magni Whittle. So he's moved up quite a few spots and moved Hurrell out down to 7. Then we go back to Wilton, Cayford and Dennison now on the number 10 spot. Oh, and Lowe goes quicker this time by. So Lowe now back to the top, 31.35. Still Tucker there in second, Smith in third. 4 minutes to go now in the session. Still Lowe on top, Tucker 2, Smith 3, McGrath 4. We go back to Fisher at 5. Whittle still there at 6. Can they improve? No improvement from the top 3 so far. Then we go back to McGrath, still there in 4. Henry Fisher moving down the order a little bit. Magni Whittle jumps up into P5, so it's Whittle now on the bubble. Fisher there in 6, right behind him is Hurrell. Then we go back to Dennison, Batt and Wilton now on the $10. Tucker goes quicker again this time by, so now it's Tucker out there in 1:31.3. Then we go back to Lowe, also at 31.3. Only hundredths of a second in it. Then we go back to Smith. He's the first of the fours. Then Maggie Whittle in fourth. Jack McGrath on the bubble in fifth. Then we go back to Fisher sixth. Yossi Ware starting to move up into seventh. Hurrell now eighth. Josh Steele's moved up into ninth, so he's in the top 10 now. We go back to Denniston, still there on the bubble in 10. Most of these drivers just starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm now. Not too many changes. Still Tucker out in front. Will that change this time by the stripe? Tucker goes quicker again. So he's still there. 31.3 to beat. Then there's Fletcher Lowe there in second. 300ths of a second between them. Then we go back to Smith. Magnie Whittle there moving up again. So Magnie Whittle there on 4. Then we go back to McGrath. Oh, Ben Hurrell now sets a quick time. He goes up into P5. So that moves McGrath down into 6. Fisher 7. We've had a little bit of a change further back. Steele there in 8. Yossi Ware just moved down into 9. Robbie Batt on the 10. Oh, and another good one from Hurrell. So he's up there in 5th now. Louis Smith up to 2nd. 1/1000th of a second between Louis Smith and Zach Tucker's quickest time. Get a cigarette paper between the two at the front. And then Fletcher Lowe rounding out there in 3. Again, a couple of hundredths behind him. We go back to Whittle. Then Hurrell. But it's still Tucker out in front. Then Louis Smith, 1/1000th of a second behind. Then we go back to Lowe. Whittle. Hurrell's there on 5. Then we go back to McGrath. Fisher, Steele, Dennison, Yossi Ware now rounding out the 10. Then we go back to Batt, Jar, Wilton, Maxwell, Eggers, Cayford, Prater, Darley now at the moment. 40 seconds to go left in this one. And the two-wheel Rollison Rotex Junior qualifying. It's tight at the top at the moment. Still Tucker out in front, still leading over that 1/1000th gap between Louis Smith, and then we go back to Lowe and Whittle. Then we go back to Steele, so Steele moved up onto 5. Then we go back to Hurrell, McGrath, Fisher, Dennison, and Ware still there on 10. That's the session over. So last lap coming through now. So just waiting on those last couple of laps, last couple of drivers to improve their times, but it's still Tucker out there on 1/1000th of a second back to Louis Smith on 2. Then we go back to Lowe in 3, Magnie Whittle 4, Josh Steele rounding out 5. Then we go back to Hurrell, McGrath, Fisher, Dennison, and Yossi Ware rounding out 10. Oh, that's awesome. Rotex Light, start making your way down to the dummy grid now for your qualifying. Rotex Light. So out there now, just starting the qualifying session is the Degree 43 Hot Tubs Cadet Rock class. So just starting to see some of the times coming through now. Freddie Waller up there in 1, 37.2. Then we go back to Gosling. Then Patterson now 3. Then we go back to Miller, Hart, Gradwell and Lou at the back. Oh, a bit of a spin up there on the back straight. So it's still Waller out in front, 36.1. Then we go back to Gosling, 36.4. Then we go back to Patterson. He's there in 3rd. Bentley Hart in 4th. William Miller 5th. Harry Gradwell and Lou rounding out the field. So Waller goes quicker again, but so too does Gosling. He goes to the top, 35.7. So too for Waller, 35.74. So nothing in it between the top two again. Then we go back to Patterson and Hart. So will we be seeing a race between Gosling and Waller again today? They were close yesterday. Unfortunately, Waller had a bit of a DNF there in the final. So that'll hurt his chances for today, but proving he's still got the speed to show what it takes to be at the pointy end. And as I say that, Waller goes quicker again, 35.63 this time. And so too does Gosling, but not quicker enough. 5 thousandths of a second between the front two. Separated on track by Gosling at the moment. A couple of cart links between them. So come round down to the hairpin again. Will Waller improve his time? Can Gosling take the pole? Waller goes quicker again, 35.4. Gosling there, right behind him, 35.5. Then we go back to Patterson. He's the first of the 30s, 35.8. Then we go back to Hart. He's the first of the 36s. Harry Gradwell rounding out 5. Then we got Miller and Lou at the back. So now Waller and Gosling starting to cross the stripe again. Do they go quicker? No quicker for this time for Waller. And Gosling goes quicker though, 35.3 for Gosling. So now it's Gosling 1 and Freddie 2. Only 7 hundredths of a second between the two at the front. Still Patterson there in 3, Hart in 4, Gradwell 5. So Waller, no improvement as he goes across the stripe this time. Neither an improvement for Gosling as well, but still consistent on the times. Just coming past 3 minutes to go for this session. Final call, Rotax light qualifying session. Rotax light to the dummy grid, please. So it's still Gosling out in front, 35.36. Then we've got Waller right behind, 35.4. Still Patterson there in 3, Hart in 4, and Miller still on the bubble in 5. So the lead's just starting to catch a little bit of left on track at the moment. A little dirt drop in front of Waller. He's going to put the move on through next year. Slow his time down a little bit. Gosling's still behind. Got enough speed to carry. So just a minute 20 to go with this session. Waller goes through again, no quicker this time. Still Gosling out in front, 35.3. Gosling with a good move up top of the hill, just trying to dispatch of that lap traffic. Oh, still catching lap traffic are the leaders at the moment. Just dealing with that through the hairpin. So still Gosling out in front, Waller just dealing with a little bit of lap traffic there through the last couple of corners. Should be clear this time for a hot lap. Seconds to go in this one. Gosling now just gets up the inside of that traffic, so now they're both clear for one more lap. Will the times improve this time as they go across the stripe? Both the heads right up under the steering wheel, trying to get the airstream. So this will be the final lap for these young cadet drivers. Will we see any improvement at the top of the chart from Waller or Gosling, now with a bit of clear air? Good clean laps from both drivers this time by as they come to take the checkers for this qualifying session for Cadet Rock, sponsored by Degree 43 Hot Tubs. And no changes at the top of the charts there. So it's Gosling, then followed by Waller. Then we go back to Patterson, Hart, Miller, Gradwell, and Lou rounds out the field for Cadet Rock. So here we go, folks. New Rangiora Road to X-Light. Qualifying session is starting. Briggs Light and Heavy, start making your way down to the dummy grid for your first heat of the day. Briggs Light and Heavy to the dummy grid for your first heat. All the drivers in this Rotax light field just starting to move around through the field, try and find a bit of clear air in front of them, just get a quick lap. A couple of drivers being smart, just driving around a bit slowly, trying to find their space. Probably be the first to set the quick time. is Finlay out front at the moment. We're followed by Workman then early, then McConnon and McMillan. A little bit of traffic at the top of the hill for them at the moment, just trying to get settled into a groove. Oh, a little bit of contact down here in front of me. That's going to slow a couple of cars up for their hot lap. So it's still currently Finlay out in front with a 31.9. So quick time there from Finlay. Workman now, McMillan now just in behind him with Phillips now up to 3. McConnon, Workman, Ware, Steele, Nicholson, Albie and Early. That's your top 10. Most of these drivers are now starting to open up the gap a little bit, finding a little bit of pace. Caleb Cross coming through Tech Shed now. Looks like he's got a bit of space in front of him, so we'll see that time improve from Caleb. He was quick all day yesterday, had most of the speed. Nobody could touch him. Can he do the same thing today? Or will Finlay pull up the challenge? So as it stands, it's still Finlay out in front with a 31.6. Then we go back to McMillan. There on the bubble, 31.7. Caleb Cross now starting to move up the order. He's there in third. Finlay goes quicker again that time by. Workman now starting to set up, turn the wick up. So too Charlie Steele, he goes up to P2. So now it's Finlay, Steele, Workman, McMillan, Cross, Backhouse. That's your top 6. Then we go back to Ware, Early, Norris, McConnon. Caleb Cross now going quicker across the stripe, 31.4 for Cross. So now it's Cross, Finlay and Steele as their top 3. Workman just there behind in 4th. Then we go back to McMillan on 5. Gaps now starting to open up on track for these drivers. They're focusing ahead, trying to hit their marks. Oh, and McMillan goes to the top of the charts, 31.45. So McMillan now and at the top, and Cross answers that one with a 31.3. So Cross goes back to the top now. McMillan 2, Finlay 3. Does Finlay have an answer for these two in front of him? Hugo Scourge now moves up into P4, so that puts Charlie Steele back onto the bubble in 5. Then we go back to Early in 6. Workman now still down in 7. Layla Nicholson starting to move up the order in 8. Then we go back to Backhouse, and Phillips now on the bubble in 10. So it's still Cross out there in front. Then we go back to McMillan and Finlay, no change there at the moment. No quicker for Cross that time by, but still a 31.3, so the pace is there. No big improvements this time by, so we're starting to see the pace emerge. McMillan goes a little bit quicker that time, but still not enough for the top spot. And so too does Finlay, but he's in 3. Caleb Cross now trying to get on the cars in front of him. That'll help his time. Have to dispatch him quickly. Gives a chance to set a quicker time. One of the cars down there just in early. 3 minutes to go in this session. Still Cross out in front. McMillan 2. Finlay, a little bit of an improvement, but no quicker than 3. Hugo Scourge in 4. Then we go back to Steele on the bubble in 5. Early now going a little bit quicker. Tyler Norris just dropping him down to 7. Workman still there in 8. Then we go back to Jeffries and Layla Nicholson starting to move up, back up to 10th. Then we go back to Albie, Phillips, Ware, Greg, Backhouse, Carlisle and Peel. McConnon, Bell, Lowe and Edwards right at the back there is Feast. Oh, so another good lap from Finlay. That puts him up into P2 and moves McMillan down to 3. So Finlay now up into 2 with a 31.39. Still Cross on front with a 31.30. McMillan there, 31.4. Cross goes quicker again, 31.1. So Cross extending his lead out in the pole. Norris now moving up into P4. That puts Scorange back down on the bubble in 5. Then we go back to Steele. Workman now up into 7. Early's moved up into 8. Backhouse 9 and Greg now on the 10. Finlay going a little bit quicker again that time, but still not enough to get him up in front at second. So it's Cross, Finlay, McMillan, that's your top 3. Then we go back to Norris and Scorange. Cross now going across the stripe, not able to improve the time, but still a 1-1. Another quick time from Riley Gregg, that puts him up into 7, puts it early out to 8, Workman down to 9. Finlay still going quick at the front, 31.8 that time, not quick enough to do it. McMillan quicker again, 31.3, still there on 3rd. Another quick time from Cross, that time by 31.1 again, so Cross showing the consistency at the pointy end of this one. The pointy end is still Cross, then Finlay, then McMillan, then we go back to Steele. Norris there sitting on 5. Then we go back to Scorange and Greg. Jacob Early there in 8. Ollie Workman on 9. Backhouse is your top 10. Jeffries just outside the top 10 on 11. Then we go back to Alvey and Carlisle. Nicholson now dropping down out of the top 10. Then we got Bell behind her. Then we go back to Phillips, Ware, Hill, McConnell, Lowe, Edwards and Feast. That's the field. 20 more seconds to go in this one. So the last laps will be starting to come through now. New drivers are starting to pull off into the infield, through the pit lane. They're happy with their time. Cross not able to improve on that time. He might get one more lap in him. He's going for one more, does Cross. So he wants to confirm that he gets that P1 spot. He doesn't know that he's there, but he'll be feeling it in the cart. He'll see the data on the screen. He'll know that it's quick, but he won't know if it's quick enough. So Finlay's come into the pits now, so that's Finlay on 2. McMillan's now finished the session, so he'll be there on 3, unless anybody else improves their time. So it's Cross off 1, then we got Finlay, then we go back to McMillan, then we got Steele, Tyler Norris on the bubble in 5th. Then we go back to Scorange, Backhouse, Greg, Early, and Workman is the top 10. Then we go back to Jeffries, Ware, Alvey, Carlisle, and Nicholson rounds out the 15. So here we go, folks. First heat of the day, Briggs Light and Heavy, proudly sponsored by Hire King and Liquorland Wigram. Rotax Heavy to the dummy grid for your first heat. Rotax Heavy. So, as the drivers warm their tyres up and get the carts up to temperature, it'll be Chris Cox off 1, then we go back to Maynard on 2, then it's Harris on 3, then we got Aitken there on 4, she'll be battling with Ruffle on 5, then we go back to Mears on 6, McKinchie on 7, then we go back to Hillier and Southey, that'll be the heavies, and then Richards, Cochrane, McLeod and Hillier. Looks like Coxie's managed to get that cart fixed up for the first heat after a bit of smoke and quali. All bunched up now, ready to face the starters tower. Lights are out, they're away. Good start from the inside lane with Chris Cox. He gets there straight into P1. Going up the hill, runs defensive. Bit of a move on further back there. Looks like that was the 95. That's Ruffle. He's up there into 3 now. Heavies are away as well behind them. All clean through 1, 2 and 3. So it's Cox out in front. Then we got the 19 behind him. That's Maynard. Go back to Ruffle, right behind him. Looks like it might be Harris. We'll see as they come across the stripe now. So it's Cox, Maynard, Ruffle, Harris, Aitken there in 5th. Then we go back to Mears and Leslie, McKinchie. Elliott's leading the heavies by Southey, then Richards and Cochrane. Nice and smoothly through Tech Shed, coming in now. There goes Chris Cox. That's his marks, nice and smooth. All the cars behind him doing the same thing, following that line. Oh, a little look there up the inside for the 11, no move there though. Already just starting to spread out a little bit now throughout the field. A little bit of a battle now on for P3. Move up the inside for the lights. Oh, good clean move through turn 1. Manages to get the overspeed. Can he cover up the top of the hill? No. Move goes back the other way, so that's Ruffle. Ruffle back through into 3rd with Harris now right behind him. Does Harris have an answer for Ruffle into Tech Shed? He does. He throws it up the inside. Manages to use the overspeed. Can't get the switch back through. Down into the hairpin now, so he'll be holding his time, waiting for the draft up the straight. So it's still Cox out in front, then Maynard, then Ruffle and Harris having a ding-dong battle at the moment, starting to drag the other 2 back in. That's Aitken and Mears starting to catch up to Ruffle. All line astern through the top of the hill. Take a quick glance back to the heavies. They're all spread out behind them. Still line astern. Through Tech Shed now, back with the lights. Bumper to bumper for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Maybe a bit of a battle starting to emerge here in the heavies with the 44 and the 58. Oh, a bit of a spin up down in the hairpin for one of the light drivers. And it looks like a move's going on here for P4. That's opened the gap up a little bit now. Looks like Harrison 3 starting to pull away a little bit now from Ruffle and Aitken. Aitken now all over the back of Ruffle. Can she put the charge on? Up the inside through Tech Shed. Brilliant move. Manages to cover him off on the exit. Coming through to the hairpin now. Any moves there? Oh, all clean through the hairpin. So now it's Aitken. Oh, a bit of a slow exit for Aitken. Bit of a shuffle in the seat. Trying to get the draft as Ruffle behind. 3 laps to go now as they cross the stripe. It's still Cox out in front. Ruffle now up the top of the hill. Manages to shuffle Aitken wide a little bit. Aitken says, carries the speed. Back down the hill they come. Oh, a little bit of contact through Banks Bend. That'll slow the move up for Aitken through Tech Shed. Still right on the bumper of Ruffle though. Coxie now stretching the lead out in front. So too is Maynard. Bit of a gap back to him. Then we go back to Harris now. Bit of a gap there. And still watching the battle with Ruffle and Aitken. More black and white flag showing for the 19 cart there. Maybe just a bit of a rough move up the inside. So it's Aitken now still all over the back of Ruffle, but they come through Tech Shed. Right on the bumper now is Aitken. That'll be 1 to go as they cross the stripe this time. So last lap, last attempt. Oh, a little bit of a dirt drop in front. from Harris at the exit of the hairpin. Aitken all over the bumper of Ruffle. Does she look up the inside? No move at turn 1. Up the hill they come now. No overspeed as they come up the hill. Good under brakes as Aitken. Good line through there, nice and smooth. Can she get the overspeed through Banks Bend and into Tech Shed? Not quite close enough to do it, I don't think. Picking the wheel up on the inside. Right on the bumper still as they come through down into the hairpin. But it'll be Chris Cox out in front who takes the win for that one, followed by Maynard. Then we go back to Harris a little bit further back. And Ruffle manages to hold off Aitken for that 4th spot. Then we go back to Mears. A little bit of a gap back behind Mears. That'll be the heavies. That's Hillier out in front. Then we go back to Southey, then Richards. Cochrane rounding out there. Then we go back to Hillier, Steve, Ian McLeod, Jamie McKenzie, and Bob Leslie rounding out the field for the heavies. Rotax Heavy should be on the dummy grid now for your first heat. Rightio, here we go again, folks. Heat 1 for Rotax Max Heavy, proudly sponsored by Racing Sims. RacingSims.co.nz. Check them out for any of your motion racing sim requirements. So as the carts go around starting their formation lap, Simon Hunter will be off number 1. He qualified on pole. Then right behind him was Emerson. Then we go back to Paul Hughes. He'll be starting off 3. Then we go back to Frenchie. He'll be starting off 4. Darren French. Kevin Barker on the inside on 5. Then we go back to Gooding, Neil Shearer, Andrew Goodsir in 8. Then we go back to Mario Cufone and Ian Carter rounding out the field on 10. So just gathering the field now, down the little short straight, into the hairpin, ready to come up and face the starter. Vortex Mini Rock to the dummy grid for your first heat, please. In the starter's hands now, they're away. Good start from the inside lane, 3 abreast behind. Simon Hunter manages to get the jump. Oh, spin up time and the sweeper. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Not too sure who that is, can't quite see it from here, but it's Hunter and Emerson out in front. Virtual safety car deployed, cart's on the track. So hands going up, so they've got to slow down and hold position. Oh, so it looks like it might have been Carter. And is that maybe Hughes as well, caught up in that incident there in turn 1. So the leader's just going to gather the field back up now, under the safety cart rules. Too sure whether they'll reform and start this one again. Wasn't a lap completed. They might just do single file start here. So getting ready for a restart now. It'll be Hunter off 1, Emerson behind him in 2. Then we go back to Barker in 3, Frenchie in 4, Gooding there in 5. Looks like it'll be a single file restart. So all bumper to bumper now as they come up to face the starter's tower again once more. They're away again. Oh, Emerson with the jump off the start, up the inside at 1. Can't quite make it stick. Covering the inside does Emerson. Hunter now just starting to pull a little bit of a gap away from Emerson. Then we go back to Barker right there in 3. So he's right up the bumper of Emerson. Then we go back to the 81, that's Gooding. Good start from our top 3, just managed to pull a bit of a gap away from Gooding. Behind him is Shearer. Then we go back to Frenchie. So it's a good start from Hunter. Still under a bit of pressure from Emerson as they come through Texjet again. And there's Barker just there behind in 3rd. Still good Sir in 4th. Shearer doing some great defensive work on Frenchie. Through the hairpin they go, back up the straight again. Back at the front, still Hunter out in front. Emerson still there behind. Right on the bumper. Barker's just dropped off the pace a little bit there with the front 2. So it's a 2-horse race at the front at the moment. Shearer still defending from Frenchie a bit further back. Frenchie throws it up the inside of 5. Makes it stick. Good job from Frenchie to get past Shearer there. Still tight at the front as they come through the sweeper and up the hill. And it's Emerson with the quick time at the moment. So Emerson starting to turn the wick up, putting the pressure on Hunter through the infield. Right on the bumper through Texjet. He'll know he's there, he knows he has to cover. Barker still sitting there in 3rd, a little bit of a gap back from him. Back to Gooding. Then it's Frenchie starting to put the pressure up on Gooding. Couple of laps. Last lap to go this time by for the leaders. Still under pressure is Hunter from Emerson. Down through Banks Bend and into Tech Shed. Will there be a move on here? Not quite close enough to do it at Tech Shed this time. Still minus turn to the back. Oh, a little bit of a spin up in Tech Shed for the 16. That's going to cost him a place. And that gives Ian Carter a free spot at the back as well. So we'll have Hunter go across the line in 1. Then it's Emerson 2. Then we go back to Barker in 3. Gooding 4. Frenchie managed to round out in the top 5. Shearer still there in 6. Mario Q Phone 7. Ian Carter 8th. And Good Sir 9. And unfortunately Hughes DNF after that incident in turn 1. Rightio, here we go again, folks. Vortex Mini Rock, Heat 1. Rotax Junior to the dummy grid for your first heat. Rotax Junior to the dummy grid. So, Vortex Mini Rock, proudly sponsored by WKS Kart Store. If you're in the need for kart parts, driver training, or anything karting related, go and see Matt John down at WKS Kart Store. So the order for this one, Nixon Cripps will be off 1, and Asher Doherty will be starting off 2. There was nothing in it between them qualifying. Then we go back to Tucker on 3, Aaron Lee starting in 4, Jed O'Malley on the bubble in 5. Then we go back to Thomason in 6, Randall starting off 7, Iris Lee in 8. Then we go back to Emma Gallagher, Theo Toynbee on 10, and Joel Leslie rounding out the field. Starting to gather the field up now through turn 5. Round the final corner and up the straight into the starter's box, into the starter's hands. Bit of pushing and shoving, very slow start there from the Vortex Mini Rock drivers. They're away. Good start for Cripps on the inside lane. He gets a bit of a push. So he's up there into P1. Doherty gets muscled out. So Doherty losing a couple of spots off that first start. Cripps starting to pull a bit of a lead. Then we've got the 4, that's Tucker in there behind. Then we go back to O'Malley in 3rd. So O'Malley, a good start from 5th for him. Bumper to bumper as they come down into the hairpin for the first lap completed. And it's still Cripps out in front, your leader. Then we go back to Tucker. Then we've got O'Malley there in 3rd. Good start from him. Then we go back to Randall and Lee. Doherty there in 6th. Oh, good move from Lee at top of the hill. That's allowed Doherty to get side by side. Doesn't make it stick through there, but Aaron Lee moves up a spot. Still bumper to bumper with Doherty now in the 18. Doherty up the inside at Tech Shed. Great move there. Now the 3 looking to capitalise as well on the 18. So 18 losing 2 spots there. That's Randall, moved down a couple of spots, under pressure. Oh, a little dirt drop there out of the exit of the hairpin. So they're side by side as they come down the straight for some of the minor spots. Still bumper to bumper there. Out of the sweeper, up the hill. But it still Cripps out in front. Then it's Tucker, then O'Malley, then Lee. Bit of a gap now starting to emerge for the top 3. Look a bit further back, it's still bumper to bumper from the 18 all the way back to the 64. So a good race starting to emerge further back. But it's still Cripps out in front, setting the quick time. And as I say that, O'Malley goes a little bit quicker, so O'Malley's got the hammer down at the moment, trying to catch back up on the bumper of Tucker. Still line astern further back. Oh, a bit of a move up there, top of the hill for the 64 at the back of the pack. Nice clean move for him. Oh, to move here underneath me with the number 3 in the 18. 77 trying to go around the outside at 5, makes it stick. That was Emma Gallagher, good move from her, round the outside at 5. Back at the front, still Cripps extending that lead. Slowly but surely, Tucker now starting to come under a little bit of pressure from O'Malley. It's 4 to go as they cross the line that time. So, Cripps out in front, just hitting his marks, nice and calm. Still behind him is Tucker. O'Malley starting to wind the gap down on Tucker. Further back in the field, it's still line astern from the 3, all the way back. That's Thomason leading the charge from 6th. Oh, battle on for 4th place here with Doherty and Lee. Doherty on the bumper of Lee, coming down the hill now. Looking close enough for a potential move. Oh, looks to the inside at Banks Bend, looks to the inside at Tech Shed. Manages to get the nose in, good pass, no crisscross back through the 5. And so too does the 77. Same move, and the 3 manages to hold him off. Oh, runs him a little bit wide, loses a bit of time out of 5. That's allowed one of the other carts to get up the inside at hairpin. So a bit of jostling for position, further back in the field. Still side by side as they come down the straight, further back. Aaron Lee, another move at top of the hill on Doherty, makes it stick. So Doherty and Lee now still side by side as they come down into Tech Shed. Still Lee out in front of Doherty though, managing to hold him off. And it's still Cripps out in front, good lead back to Tucker. O'Malley just slowly dropping off the pace a little bit of Tucker. Last lap this time by. Doherty still all over the back of Lee, through the sweeper, up to the top of the hill. Lee covers the inside a little bit at top of the hill, no move there. All over the bumper is Doherty. Move here on the inside at Tech Shed. Aaron Lee going for the switchback. He's on the outside, goes for the inside, doesn't quite make it stick. He's got the overspeed down into the hairpin though. Lee up the inside of the hairpin. Doherty knows it's coming. Gets the overspeed on exit. Can he get back alongside by the straight? Oh, not quite. Fantastic driving from Aaron Lee there. So Aaron Lee managing to come home in 4 over Doherty. So is Cripps, Tucker, O'Malley, Lee and Doherty. That's your 5. Then we go back to Thomason, Gallagher, Lee, Toynbee, Randall and Leslie rounding out the field. Alrighty, Rotex Junior starting to head out of the gate for their first heat of the day. Rotex Junior proudly sponsored by New World Rolliston. Cadet Rock to the dummy grid for your first heat. Cadet to the dummy grid. Oh, I've got one with a, looks like a broken wheel, a retirement already on the opening warm-up lap. It's up there at the back straight. Not too sure who that is, can't quite see the number from here. That's a real shame. So as they start to gather up the field, it'll be Zach Tucker off 1. There was nothing in it in qualifying between Tucker and Smith off 2, 1/1000th of a second. Then we go back to Low off 3. Magni Whittle will be starting on 4. Josh Steele on the inside on 5. Then we go back to Hurrell, McGrath, Fisher, Dennison. Then Weir rounding out the top 10. Then we go back to Bat, Zhao, Wilton, Maxwell, Eggers, Cayford, Frader, Flecknell, McFreedies and Ashton Dunn rounding them out. So it looks like it was Ashton Dunn that didn't make the start, unfortunately. Bit of damage to that cart as they come to face the starter now. Lights are out, they're away. Good start from the inside lane. Tucker's got a bit of a gap through the sweeper. Side by side, further back, bit of dust, bit of contact. Moves going on at top of the hill. There's more contact, it's all going on. We got 4 or 5 spun around, 2 stuck together. This is Rotex Junior. Good moves going on down here in front of me in Tech Shed. Everyone just trying to find a bit of space. Still carts stuck together at top of the hill. They might have a local yellow for that. Everyone's getting going again now. So it's Tucker out in front, followed by Lowe. Then we got McGrath, Bat, Whittle. That'll shuffle the order around. Then we go back to Steele and Hurrell. Still fighting going on at top of the hill now for the minor positions up the inside. Side by side coming down the hill now, further back. Top 3s are starting to pull a bit of a gap now. Good move from the 16 on the 81 and manages to throw it up the inside of the 48 as well. So 2 carts for 1 corner there. Great stuff. So top 3 now starting to stretch a bit of a lead out. Bit of a gap from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then back to 3 and 4. So the battle for 4th is starting to emerge here. Further back, that's the 5 and the 38. Bat and Whittle battling it out. Whittle looking all over the bumper of that. Trying to find a way. 6. Down into the hairpin they go. Still bumper to bumper. Whittle give him a little hurry up on the exit. Whittle up the inside of Bat. Down the main straight into turn 1. Side by side all the way through the sweeper. Who's going to carry the speed on the hill? Whittle on the inside. Bat stuck on the out. So Whittle gets through there. Good move by Whittle, holding him out. Oh, another good move from the 16 up the inside of the 75 at Tech Shed. And the 16 trying to make some moves through the field. Side by side down into the hairpin by the looks of things. Everyone just manages to sort it out right. Oh, a bit slow on the exit for Bat. They're 3 wide down the main straight. Oh, that's going to be messy. Everyone managing to get through safely. Side by side up the hill. The battle still rages on. A little bit of contact. Oh, but 3 wide, wheels in the dirt. Everyone managed to get through cleanly. Through Tech Shed, down into Tech Shed. Robbie Bat covering the inside nicely. 16 forces the issue. Runs a 21 wide and gets through Bat at the same time. So the 16 absolutely flying through the field at this time. That's Louis Smith charging up the field. Still, Robbie Bat, another slow exit out of the hairpin. Few carts managing to get through there. Still 2 by 2 as they come through the sweeper. Still clean and tidy up the front for the leaders. No changes there. Chain drop for the 27 in front of me here. Heard the revs go up. That's no good. The 27 will go out. A DNF for him. Unfortunate. Still bumper to bumper further back in the field. It's still Tucker leading the pace and leading the charge with Lowe and McGrath. Oh, McGrath has gone up a spot. So now it's Tucker, McGrath, Whittle, Capert, Smith, Steele, Wilton, Eggers, Yossi Ware and Hurrell is the 10. Still fights going on at the top of the hill, side by side. Local yellows down here at 5, so there'll be no passing here. Still bumper to bumper through the yellow zone. Last lap for the leaders now as they're coming up the top of the hill. So Tucker now just starting to catch up. A few of those cars caught up in that earlier mess. No issues though, he's got a good gap back to McGrath behind him. So too does he to Whittle. Looks like it's going to be line astern as they come through Big Shed for the last time. That'll be Tucker who takes the flag. First place across the line. And we go back to McGrath. Then it's Magni Whittle finishing P3. Louis Smith, great drive, pushed through the field, managed to get up into P4. Hayford there managed to come home in fifth. Then we go back to Steele, Wilton, Eggers, Ware, and Robbie Batt holding on strong in the 10. Then we go back to Hurrell, Frater, Zhao, Flicknell, Maxwell, Fisher, McFreedies, Oliver Dennison, and Fletcher Lowe, unfortunately, running well there, dropped the chain, and Ashton Dunn caught up in that first one. Final call for Cadet on the dummy grid, please. Final call. We'll have cart recovery, so you'll have a moment. I know that feeling.
We need to talk to them.
Yeah.
I'm sure they want my advice.
Yeah, not much you can do about it. Rotex light to the dummy grid for your first heat. Rotex light to the dummy grid for your first heat. Rightio, so first heat for Cadet Rock. Just sending them out onto the track now. Proudly sponsored by Degree 43 Hot Tubs. So these drivers just starting to get the tyres warmed up. Coming down the hill, we'll bunch the field up together. It'll be Gosling off 1, then we go back to Waller in 2. Patterson will start off 3. We go back to Bentley Hart off 4. Then Miller on 5. And Rowan Lewis 7. Had some good battles yesterday with these front 2. We'll see if they can continue the trend today. Rotex light, final call to the dummy grid. Rotex light. Coming down the straight to face the starter now. Cadet Rock, heat 1. They're away. Good start from the inside lane there. That's Gosling, he's away. Waller there in tow in second. Good start from those two, starting to pull a bit of a gap. Back to Patterson in 3. Tyres and carts will still be cold, just try to keep them black stuff. They come around the hairpin, the first lap. Oh, good exit from Waller out of the hairpin. He's got the overspeed, up the inside, into turn 1. Thinks better of it, backs out of it. So Waller now starting to try and put a bit of pressure on Gosling. Down in the tech shed this time. Oh, right on the bumper is Waller. Not quite close enough for a move this time by. A little bit further back now, starting to spread out a little bit. Bit of a battle going on for 4th as well. Another good exit out of the hairpin from Waller. Gosling just a little bit further ahead this time. Oh, good speed from Waller through top of the hill. Now through Banks Bend. Still carrying that momentum. He's right on the bumper of Gosling this time. Still no move here. No change so far. Gosling keeping it nice and smooth out front. A little mistake from Waller in the hairpin. That's allowed Patterson to get up behind him. He throws it up the inside, decides against it through turn 1. So that's allowed Gosling to pull a bit of a gap now from Waller. So the battle now turns the other way from Waller defending from Patterson. Oh, a good wee battle there with the 8 of Miller and 23 of Hart. Right on the bumper of each other there. Better exit that time for Waller. Manages to pull a bit of a gap away from Patterson up the straight. Still Gosling out in front with a couple of kart lengths gap. So Gosling now coming in through Tech Shed. Still a nice, comfortable lead for Gosling. Waller there, trying to start putting the pressure on. Hitting his marks. Down through the hairpin again. Another good exit for Waller this time. A little bit of overspeed on Gosling, starting to close the gap up. Moving away from Patterson now this time. Back up through top of the hill, still Gosling out in front, looking calm. Waller now starting to turn the wick up though. He's closing the gap down on Gosling. Back up to the rear bumper of the NS National Schools champion. It'll be 2 to go as they cross the stripe this time. Down the straight again. Head under the steering wheel for the toe from Waller. Good under brakes again from Waller at top of the hill. Manages to close the gap down the hill again. Oh, Gosling a little bit wide through Banks Bend. That's allowed Waller right up on the back, but Waller makes a small mistake. Just gets a little bit out of shape. That'll cost him a little. It'll be 1 to go as they cross the stripe this time. Still the battle rages on further back with the 8 and the 23 and the 98 and the 41. So last lap this time by as they come back up the hill. Still a bit of a gap now back to Waller. And then another gap back to Patterson as well. Gosling's just got to hold on, keep it smooth. Looks good through Tech Shed. That's his marks. And through 5. Now heading down to the hairpin. No overspeed from Waller, so it looks like as long as he gets through the hairpin smoothly. And he does. Gosling's still out in front, so it'll be Gosling 1, Waller 2. Then we go back to Patterson in 3. Then a bit of a gap back to Miller in 4. Managed to hold off Hart in that last lap. Then we have Lou and Gradwell rounding out the field. Rotax light, you should be on the dummy grid now for your first heat. Yeah, mate.
How you going, man?
Yeah, good. You? Gonna come up and see some stuff? You can commentate your brother's race. Briggs light and heavy to the dummy grid for your second heat. So a good field of Rotax Max lights out there for their first heat today. Proudly sponsored by New World Rangiora. So as the start of season, it'll be Caleb Cross off 1. Then we go back to Finlay on 2. McMillan will be starting there on the inside on 3. Then we got Charlie Steele, Tyler Norris on the bubble on 5. Then we go back to Hugo Scorange, managed to make a few spots up in quali. He'll be starting off 6. Then we go back to Backhouse in 7. Riley Gregg in 8. Jacob Early in 9. Ollie Workman rounding out the top 10. Then we go back to Jeffries in Weir, Alvey, Carlisle's there, Layla Nicholson, Louis Bell, Jonty Phillips, Connor Peel, Casey McConnon, Kyle Lowe rounds out the 20, and then Brody Edwards and George Beast on the back. That qualifying was good with your qualifying. It was close. Yeah? Oh, really? Where's the speed? Yeah? Cheers. Coming out now, Rotax Max Light. Into the starter's hands, lights are out, they're away. Good start off the inside lane. That's Caleb Cross managing to pull a gap straight away. Jostling for position further back, side by side up the hill. Oh, looks like Miles Finlay lost a spot out there on the start. Still jostling for position further back, 3 wide through the kink. It's a good start from the front runners. Oh, a bit of a move here. A tick shit for the 64. 81 says no thank you. I'll take the curve to get it back. Oh, muscled out further back is Kyle Lowe. Almost had a couple of spots up there at the start. Jesse changed for him overnight. So a good start from our top 3. Caleb Cross extending his lead. Then we go back to McMillan. And then we got Finlay in behind him in 3. Finlay now starting to put the pressure on McMillan. McMillan focusing forward, looking for Caleb's bumper, trying to keep up with him. Oh, another move up the inside for the 85. Doesn't quite make it stick. A little bit further back. Everyone through the hairpin cleanly again. Another lap completed. Quick time for the leader. 31.6 for Caleb Cross out in front. Oh, good move from Miles Finlay at top of the hill on McMillan. McMillan wants the switch back. Can't quite do that. And now they're bumper to bumper. And that allows the 11 to catch up to the back of McMillan. So now we've got Finlay, McMillan. Oh, big crash in front of me here. Tick shed. Oh, everyone else gets through cleanly. Both carts away again now. Cross out in front. Finlay in second. McMillan and Norris all bunched together. All line astern coming up top of the hill. Caleb Cross still extending that lead. Finlay now starting to work on extending his lead over McMillan. Little bumper to bumper further back through the field. Little gaps starting to emerge here and there. So it's 4 to go this time as they cross the line. Still Cross way out in front, extending the lead. Miles Finlay now starting to feel a bit of pressure again from McMillan. Then we go back to Norris, still trying to turn the wick up and catch up to McMillan there and be in that title fight. Looking a little further back, we've got Greg and Steele, little gap back to Workman. Then we go back to Ware, Backhouse, Jeffries all together. Oh, a bit of a move here down at the hairpin further back. Makes it stick. With Connor Peel there, Connor up on the bumper, pushing him down the straight. Makes the move up the inside through the sweeper. Makes it stick. Oh, a little bit of contact though. Runs him wide. Still Finlay under pressure from McMillan. That's allowing Norris to start catching back up slowly. Good racing going on all the way through the field here. Still Finlay in second, holding strong from McMillan. Then Norris there, starting to catch back up in that 4th spot. Little gap back to 5th and 6th. Then we got Workman back there in 7th. Oh, good little race going on with the 77 and the 7. That's Ware and Backhouse. Getting bumper to bumper through the infield and up on the straight. 1 to go now for Caleb Cross. Miles out in front, you'd think he was a back marker. But it's still Miles Finlay there in second, still under pressure from McMillan. Can McMillan throw anything up the inside at Tech Shed? Not quite close enough to do it there. Might have to try it at the hairpin. He's still right on the bumper. Still line of turn throughout the rest of the field. So Caleb Cross will take home 1. Miles Finlay coming home in second. McMillan close behind in third. Then we go back to Norris and Greg. Then Steele, that's 6. Workman on 7. Ware in 8. Backhouse in 9. Ryan Jeffries, that's your top 10. Then we go back to Alvey and Bell. Carlisle, Peel, Nicholson, Phillips, Casey McConnon, Kyle Lowe, Jacob Early, Brody Edwards rounding out the 20. Hugo Scourge and George Feast with a DNF. Good start to the day there from the New World Rangiora Rotax Max Light class. Rotax Heavy, if you want to start making your way to the dummy grid for your second heat, Rotax Heavy. Good, mate. How are you? That's good. Good to see you. Yeah, it's going good. Yeah, sorry, you'll get caught up. Rightio, so second heat now for Briggs Light and Heavy, proudly sponsored by Hire King and Liquorland Wigram. It'll be Chris Cox off 1, then we go back to Maynard on 2, Harris starting in 3, Aitken there in 4, then we go back to Ruffle in 5, Mears off 6, Bob Leslie on 7, Jamie McKenzie on 8, Matt Hillier 9. So Matt Hillier on pole for the heavies, then Dwayne Southey, Richards, Cochrane, McLeod and Hillier. As they come to face the starter, Briggs Lightfield in the starter's hands now. They're away. Good start from the inside lane, pretty even start for both. And the heavies are away as well. Up the hill come the lights, first time by the hill. Oh, good run from, I think, might be Harris there, got a good start. He's up into third. Oh, that's Ruffle actually. Ruffle got a good start, so Ruffle now moves up into third from that start. Moves a couple of the others back down the field. Good start from Coxie out on 1. Maynard still sitting there in 2. Bumper to bumper as they come out of the hairpin and up the straight for the first time. Oh, a bit of a move on, potentially at turn 1. Couple of carts side by side. It looks like might be Aitken on the outside at 1. A little bit of a dust drop, but nothing too serious. Still line astern as they come through Banks Bend. Bumper to bumper now for third and fourth. Move going on here at the inside of Tech Shed. Oh, spin up time. Collects the 87 as well. So that's the 96 and the 87 having a wee spin up there at Tech Shed. That's allowing some of the heavies to get involved in the action. But it's Chris Cox out in front, setting the pace. Then we've got Maynard and Ruffle. Aitken now moving up because of that wee spin from Harris. Leslie now moving up as well, McKenzie. So that wee incident made up a little bit of time for the leaders, giving Chris Cox that space he needs to deliver. So the first 3 separated by a couple of tenths. Then a bit of a gap back to Aitken now with a bit of breathing room. 96, got a bit of work to do now. Good overspeed down into the hairpin. Manages to make the pass stick. Can he keep the overspeed on exit? Looks like he can. That's the 96 to Harris, starting to make a charge back through the field. Harris with the good overspeed out of turn 1 and up the hill. Not quite enough to do the move there. Still all over the bumper though. Your top 4 is still as it was. Harris now with the move down at Tech Shed. Makes it stick this time, no mistakes this time from Harris. He knows what he has to do now. Bit of clear air in front of him, bit of a gap up to the leaders. Good battles going on a little bit further back for the heavies. Looks like it might be Cochrane and Richards having a battle. Oh, side by side coming out of the turn, last corner. Bumper to bumper up the straight for the heavies. But it's for the lights and still Chris Cox out in front. Then we've got Maynard there in second, Ruffle in third. Bit of a get back to Aitken. Now Harris starting to put the pressure on. Starting to move up the pace. Oh, a little bit of a move on here with the 82 and the 11. A little bit tangled, nothing serious. The 98 and the 58 having a good battle. 21 right there to catch up the debris. But it's still Chris Cox out in front. Good, comfortable lead over Maynard. Maynard got a nice wee gap to Ruffle. Ruffle got a good gap back to Aitken. Harris now starting to close the gap on Aitken though. Making it closer every lap, looking a little further back. We go to the 11, the 82 and the 88, all bumper to bumper. And the 78 of Hillier starting to get involved there as well. There's some good racing further back as they come up the main straight. Still bumper to bumper. Looking up the top of the back of the hill there. Bit of a move on up the top of the hill. Covers the inside nicely, does the 11 cart. Oh, spin up time. And collects Hillier in the process. And they're stuck on the grass. A lot of space there for the carts coming through. Manages to get through nicely. That'll cost them some time. They'll be a bit frustrated by that. Rookie error. Last lap board is out. This time for the leaders. Still Coxie out in front, followed by Maynard, then Ruffle. Aitken there, still in fourth. Harris still managing to close up the gap. Probably not going to have enough laps to do it this time, no. Still line astern a bit further back. So a nice clean race there from Chris Cox, manages to take the win, take the checkers. So too was Maynard, kept out of trouble, kept the nose clean, and so too did Ruffle, coming home in third. Aitken get a good job to manage to hold on there for fourth. Harris finishing up in fifth. Then we go back to Bob, Leslie and McKenzie, managing to make up some spots from that little tussle earlier on. Then it'll be Richards, Cochrane, McLeod, Mears. Unfortunately, Mears dropping back there with a little bit of contact, and Hillier, both the Hillier boys, rounding out the field. So Rotax Max Heavy getting sent out for their second heat. Vortex Mini Rock to the dummy grid, please. Vortex Mini Rock to the dummy grid for your heat 2. So the order for a Rotax Max Heavy, proudly sponsored by Racing Sims. That'll be Simon Hunter off 1, Thomas Emerson starting 2, Paul Hughes, bit of work to do, he's starting off 3. Then we go back to Frenchie and Barker on 5. Then we go back to Gooding, Sherry, Good Sir, Q-Phone and Carter rounding out the field. So the leaders just starting to gather the field up now, coming through Tech Shed. Everything's starting to come up to temperature a little bit. Still cold tyres, cold brakes. Field starting to bunch up now as they come down into the hairpin, ready to face the starter. All bunched up, bumper to bumper, ready to face the starter. In the starter's hands now. They're away. Good start from Hunter on the inside lane. So too does Emerson on the outside. Turn one for everybody so far. Bit of a battle going on for fourth there up top of the hill. It looks like Frenchie and Barker. Good start from Hughes this time, managing to capitalise. He's there in third this time by. Nice and clean through the field for this one. First lap in the books as they come up the straight this time. Great start from our two leaders at the moment, managing to pull a bit of a gap over Hughes. Hughes also doing the same to Barker and Frenchie further behind. A little bit of pressure on there for the 81 of Gooding from Good Sir behind him. Good Sir looking to make a move here potentially. Not quite close enough this time though. So the battle at the front, still Hunter out in front with Emerson starting to close the gap up behind him. Starting to keep pulling that gap away from Hughes. Hughes now dropping back a little bit under pressure from Barker. Does Barker have anything down here in Tech Shed? Still not quite close enough yet, allowing Frenchie to catch up behind him. So it's a 3-horse race for third at the moment. And a 2-horse race for pole out in front. Oh, good exit out of the hairpin from Barker. So too did Frenchie though, still bumper to bumper up top of the sweeper. Now Emerson starting to close back onto the bumper of Hunter as well. Barking out, getting real close to Hughes. Looking to show the nose, not quite there. Right on the bumper through Tech Shed this time by, through 5. Good exit out of 5 from Barker up the inside of the hairpin. Side by side through the hairpin. Barker gets on the curb a little bit. Doesn't quite capitalise there. And that allows Frenchie to get right up behind. So too for Gooding. So it's still a 2-horse race out in front with Hunter and Emerson right behind each other. Then we've got a four-cart battle developing here for third place. Hughes driving a bit defensively, trying to hold them up a little bit, covering the inside of the hairpin. Barker not able to capitalise on that. Gets a good exit out of 6. So it's Barker all over the back of Hughes, up the hill. Good under brakes this time for Barker. Manages to close the gap up again. Looking for a move here down at Tech Shed. Doesn't quite have the overspeed. Hughes covers the inside nicely. More defensive driving from Hughes. This is starting to bunch them up good. Oh, good exit again from Barker. Hughes still driving defensively nicely. More than entitled to slow them down. Another good exit from Barker at top of the hill. Just nowhere to go with that overspeed. Through Banks Bend this time. Still on the bumper through Tech Shed. Hughes covering nicely. Frenchie starting to get a little impatient behind Barker. Wants to go forward. Come on, Kevy, make the move. Last lap this time by. Looking for a last-ditch attempt here for Barker on Hughes for third place. Hunter now just extended that lead out in front. Emerson started to save the tyres for the final races of the day. Hughes still driving nice and defensive, covering the inside on each corner through 3 and 4. Down into the hairpin now. No moves change here. So a great drive from Paul Hughes there, managing to defend from Barker and Frenchie for that whole race. But it was Hunter in 1, Emerson 2, Hughes come home in 3, then we had Barker and Frenchie on 5. Then we go back to Gooding, Good Sir, Shearer, Q-Phone and Carter rounding out the field for the Rotax Heavies. I don't know, just so Vortex Mini Rock now out there for their second heat, just starting to get some temperature into the tyres. Proudly sponsored by WKS Kart Store. We'll have Rotax Junior head down to the dummy grid for your second heat. Rotax Junior for your second heat. Thank you. So the leaders just starting to gather the field up for this Vortex Mini Rock field. It'll be Nixon Cripps off 1, Asher Doherty there starting in 2, George Tucker in 3, then we go back to Aaron Lee in 4, Jed O'Malley rounding out your 5, then we go back to Thomason and Randall, then we go back to Iris Lee in 8th, 9th Emma Gallagher, Theo Toynbee rounding out 10, and Joel Leslie off the back. Last call, Rotax Junior to the dummy grid for your second heat. Rotax Junior. So as they come to face the starter now, Vortex Mini Rock in the starter's hands. Lights are out, they're away. Inside lane, getting the best start so far throughout the day, but a good start from Doherty on the outside. Manages to hold on to that second spot. Oh, goes a bit wide at top of the hill though. Bit of pressure on from the 4. 4 manages to get through, that's Tucker. So he capitalises on that start. O'Malley there in 4th. And Aaron Lee right behind him. Good close racing in this field so far as they get through the first one. Bit of a move on. Lee there at the hairpin. He's going to drop back a couple of spots. So a good start from Cripps out in front, then it's Tucker, then Doherty. Got a bit of work to do to get it back. Still line astern as they come through top of the hill, bumper to bumper a bit further back for 5th, 6th and 7th. All nice and clean, back down into the hairpin once again. Oh, good exit from the hairpin from Lee. He's got the overspeed up the straight. Puts it up the inside through 1. Does Aaron Lee. Makes the spot. But it's still Cripps, your leader, out in front. Then it's Tucker. Then we go back to Doherty. Then O'Malley, little get back to him. Then we go back to Thomason, Randall and Lee. All battling it out further back. And it's still Cripps out in front, showing why he has that number 1 on the side of his cart. A bit of a gap back to Tucker and Doherty now on the bumper of Tucker. Starting to close the gap up is Tucker. Then we go back to O'Malley. He's also starting to close the gap up. Aaron Lee under a bit of pressure here from the number 3 of Thomason. Kids go under the steering wheel, trying to get the draft up the straight. Bit of a move on further back for 7th and 8th. Side by side through the sweeper. So Tucker now in 2nd, still under pressure from Doherty. Through next bend and through Tech Shed. Oh, another good exit from Doherty out of the hairpin. He'll have the overspeed up the straight. Looks to the inside, thinks better of it. Try and use the speed up the top of the hill. Exit out of the corner from Doherty now, putting the pressure on Tucker through bank spin and down into tech shed. Up the inside, goes Doherty through on Tucker. Tucker switches him back, tries to hold the outside, side by side, out of 5. Doherty manages to make it stick though. So Doherty up the straight now. Tucker manages to just lose that spot out. Still right on the bumper of Doherty though. He wants it back, up the straight. So it's still Cripps out in front. Nice gap for him. Now Doherty under pressure at Banks through tech shed. Still no move change there for Tucker. Just trying to eye him up. There'll be one to go as they cross the start finish line this time by. Still line astern further back. Still bumper to bumper. So Tucker now under the steering wheel trying to get the draft on Doherty. Up the back straight. Good run through for turn 1. Up the inside at top of the hill on Doherty. Doherty trying to get back the outside, can't quite do it there. Through bank spin, can he throw it up the inside here at tech shed? Tucker covers the inside, Doherty knows what he can do here at the hairpin. Last ditch attempt now for Doherty, not quite close enough at the hairpin. Not quite enough overspeed to do the move up the straight either, so it'll be Cripps out and coming home in 1. Doherty finished 3. Jed O'Malley managing to hang on in 4th. Then we go back to Aaron Lee. He managed to move up to 5. Thomas in 6. Iris Lee in 7th. Emma Gallagher finishing 8th. Jet Randall 9. Theo Toynbee rounding out the 10. And Joel Leslie an 11. So back into the action again now for the New World Rolliston Rotax Max Junior class. Cadet to the dummy grid for your second heat. Cadet to the dummy grid. So as they get the carts all warmed up, it'll be Zach Tucker off 1. Then we got Louis Smith there off 2. Fletcher Lowe starting in 3. Magni Whittle on 4. Josh Steele rounding out your 5. Then we go back to Harrell, McGrath, Fisher, Dennison, Weir is the 10. Then we go back to Batt and Zhao and Wilton, Maxwell, Eggers, Cayford, Frader, Dunn, Flicknow and McReady. Starting to bunch them up now through turn 5, ready to face the starter as they come out of the hairpin. All bunched up here now, coming to face the starter. Line astern, starter says they're away. Good start from the inside lane from Tucker. Oh, side by side through the sweeper. Oh, a bit of sideways action further back. Just trying to settle into a groove. Still jostling for position further back, but it's Tucker out in front. Then it's the 27 of Lowe and behind him. And we've got the 16 of Smith right behind him. Few moves going on further back in the pack, just trying to find a groove. So come to take the first lap down. And it's Tucker out in front. Then we go Lowe, then Smith, then Whittle, then Steele. That's your 5. Henry Fisher just outside in the top 6. Few moves going on further in the back. Just trying to make up a couple of spots. Still bumper to bumper from 5 all the way back through 15. Oh, move on down at the hairpin for Fisher, I think. Manages to make it work, puts the hand up, says work with me. Covers the inside at first corner. Wants to catch those top 4 guys out in front. So it's still Tucker, your leader, then Lowe. Then we go back to Smith and Whittle. That's your top 4. Little gap back to Fisher, then 5. Still bumper to bumper, all the way behind Fisher, down to about 15. Good exit out of the hairpin for most of those drivers. Side by side through the sweeper there for 6 and 7. Still's going on up top of the hill, covers the inside nicely. Looks like that's the 11 kart of McGrath. Working hard on the defence, under pressure from the 21. Covers the inside nicely through Tech Shed. Bumper up the back straight, little gap back and back to. So Fisher now starting to pull away from the rest of the field, trying to catch back up to those lead group. But it's still close at the front with the 27 and the 16 of Lowe and Smith. Smith now fastest time on the track, so Smith trying to put the pressure on. And another good lap from Smith, quickest again. So Smith definitely got his foot hard down on the gas. Trying to get in front of Lowe here. Lowe still putting the pressure on. Tucker not letting him get away. Oh, moves on further back up top of the hill. Good move. I think that's the 81 kart. Managed to make a spot up. Good defensive driving from a few of these guys through the midfield. But out in front, it's still Tucker leads, Lowe, and then Smith. Then we go back to Whittle, and a gap back to Fisher. Fisher still closing the gap up on Whittle. Couple of laps to do it now, though. All still light astern, through the field, through the infield. It'll be 1 to go for the leaders this time by. So Tucker out in front, just has to hold on to it. Then we go back to Lowe and Smith. A little bit of a gap, so each of them, not too much pressure on any of the front 3. All drivers playing it smart, just get it to the line. No silly business. Down into the hairpin for the final time. Good exit from our top 3 drivers. But it'll be Tucker comes home in 1. Oh, good overspeed from Smith at the end there, but couldn't quite get him. So Lowe coming home in 2. Then it's Smith in 3, Whittle 4. Henry Fisher rounding out the 5. Then we go back to McGrath, then Steele and Batt. Then we got Wilton, Dennison, that's the top 10. Then we go back through Hurrell, Eggers, Ware, Cayford, Maxwell, Zhao, Frater, Dunn, McFreddy's and Flicknell. That's the field. Cadet, you should be on the dummy grid now for your second heat. Rotex light to the dummy grid for your heat 2. Rotex light to the dummy grid for heat 2. We will be having a lunch break after the completion of the second heats. So after the next race, Rotex light, we will have a short lunch break. So the cadet field just starting to warm the tyres up now, out on track. It'll be Max Gosling off 1, and Freddie Waller on 2. Then we go back to Patterson on 3, Bentley Hart 4, William Miller 5, Harry Gradwell 6, and Rowan Liu rounding out the field on 7. Scott said lunch break. So just gathering the field up now. Through tech shed is Gosling and Waller, all bumper to bumper now. Oh, a little bit of bump and shove. So the cadets now coming up the straight to face the starter. Gosling on the inside. Far away. Lights are out. Good start from Gosling. Covers the inside. Waller with a flyer on the outside as well. Manages to hold on to 2. Patterson under pressure now. So it looks like good wee battle going on there for third place at the moment with the 23 and the 48. That's Bentley Hart. Good start from Bentley. Oh, gets a move up the inside from Patterson. Bentley looking for the switch back through 5. Side by side down into the hairpin for the first time. Little bit of contact, runs him wide. Loses the overspeed. He might be under pressure down the straight. But it's still Gosling and Waller duking it out in front. Oh, unfortunate for Hart there, just lost a bit of time out of the hairpin and has lost those spots. They have to claw them back now. But it's still Gosling out in front with Waller close behind, then a little bit of a gap back to Patterson. Then we've got Miller there in 4th. Then we go back to Hart, which has dropped back a little bit. So Gosling still out in front. Yellow and green helmet, very Senna-esque, leading the charge. Waller in behind. Still close enough potentially to make a move in the next lap or 2. Closes up nicely and through tech shed does Waller. Little bit of a gap back to Patterson. Then we've got the 8. That's Miller. Miller defending from Gradwell. Liu and Hart having a battle at the back. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin there for Liu at the exit of 6. That's going to allow Hart to come alongside down the straight. Good clean pass from Hart along the straight and up the sweeper. As we turn our attention back to the front, it's Waller and Gosling. Gosling out in front. Waller still putting the pressure on. Patterson got a nice wee gap back from him. A little gap out to the front to the leaders as well. Final call, Rotex light to the dummy grid. So out in front, still Gosling and Waller, right up next to him. Still bumper to bumper now. Little bit of a wobble from Waller at top of the hill, manages to hold on to it. Good line through Banks Bend, carries the speed, still right up on the bumper of Gosling. Gosling knows he'll have to defend here. Still line astern, further through the field. Patterson still stretching the lead out in 3rd, away from Miller and Gradwell. Still close at the front, bumper to bumper. Still Waller chasing down Gosling. A little bit further back, Hart now starting to put a bit of pressure on the 41 in front of him. That'd be Gradwell. Gradwell with a little look behind him. Knows Hart's right up behind him there. Side by side down into the hairpin. Not quite a move there. Still real close at the front now. Waller's right on the bumper through the sweeper. Up the hill, moves on, up the inside. Waller gets it done. Does Gosling have an answer? Back down the hill into the tech shed. Still bumper to bumper, coming through now into tech shed. Little bit of a gap now for Waller. Gosling still right there on the bumper, closes him up nicely. So it'll be one to go as they cross the line this time. Now it's Waller in charge of the field. Waller down under the steering wheel, getting the draft. One to go for Waller now, top of the hill, bit of a gap extending in front of Gosling this time. Just got to hang on to it for a couple more corners. And Hart further back, right up on the bumper, this time of Gradwell. Still line and stern out in front. Gosling now looking for a move, potentially down at the hairpin, not quite close enough to do it. So a good exit from Gosling, but it's not going to be enough. So Waller's going to take home one. Waited to the last lap and capitalised on a move. So it'll be Waller from Gosling. Then we go back to Patterson, bit of a gap back from him to the number 8 of Miller. And then we had Hart managed to make the move on Gradwell down to the hairpin there for P5. So it'll be Gradwell 6 and Lou 7.
Good job, man.
Yeah, cheers. Last call for Rotex Light to the dummy grid, and then we'll have a wee lunch break after this heat. Rightio folks, here they go, out of the gate. New World Rangiora, proud sponsor of Rotex Light. This is Heat 2. So far, nobody has an answer for Caleb Cross's dominance this weekend in the Rotex Max Light class, so he'll be off 1. Miles Finlay there, the best of the rest off 2. Then we go back to McMillan and Steele. Norris will be there in 5. Then we go back to Hugo Scoringe in 6, Backhouse in 7th, Riley Gregg 8, Jacob Early 9, Ollie Workman rounding out the top 10. Then we go back to Jeffries on the inside in 11, then it'll be Weir on 12, Albie on 13, Carlisle 14, Layla Nicholson 15, Louis Bell there in 16, Jonty Phillips inside lane in 17, Connor Peel on the outside in 18. Then we go back to McConnell in 19, Kyle Lowe, best of the rest on 20. Then we go back to Edwards and Feast will be rounding out the field. So now the leaders just gathering the field up through the infield now. Rest of the field just starting to catch up. Warming the tyres up. Looking good for a race start this time. Coming round the final corner to face the starter. It's Cross on the inside, Finlay on the outside. All bumper to bumper now as they come up to the starter. Into the box. Lights are out, they're away. Good start from Cross on the inside. So too there from the third place cart. Managed to get in front of Finlay there up the top of the hill. A little bit of jostling for position, 3 wide further back. Oh, a bit of contact, but managed to keep them all facing the right way. Oh, we got one on the infield through next shed there. It's the 85. Oh, contact down there through turn 5. Couple of carts on top of each other, managing to sort it out. Couple of carts, sympathy spin there as well. But it's Cross out in front, still dominating the weekend so far. Does anybody have an answer for him this time? So we got Cross in 1, McMillan 2, Finlay 3. Then we go back to Norris Steele, and Workman's moved up a few spots. He's there in 6th. Local yellows are cleared this time by. So all line astern this time as they come through the infield. Connor Peel making up a few spots. He's moved up there. He's now sitting there at about 13th or 14th spot. Still line astern as they come up the straight this time. Still Cross out in front. Then we've got McMillan starting to pull a bit of a gap on Finlay. Then we go back to Norris and Steele. Workman there starting to put a bit of pressure on Steele. So too is Scorange on Workman. Everybody now just starting to settle into a bit of a groove now. Everyone finding their space, finding the rhythm. Oh, a bit of a move on through turn 1 here. Looks like Scorange on Workman. Manages to make it stick. Workman's going to try and stick it back up the inside at top of the hill. Manages to do so. And blocks the over-under. So Workman and Scorange having a bit of a ding-dong battle. That'll allow the leaders to start pulling away a wee bit. A little bit further back, still line astern as they come through Tech Shed. So it's still Cross extending that lead out in front. Quick time for Cross, 31-3. Then we go back to McMillan and Finlay. Then there's Norris and Steele. That's the top 5. Then a little bit of a gap back to Workman and Scorange. Early now starting to come into the fight. Scorange going wide at Tech Shed, trying to get the over-under on Workman. Workman covers the inside at 5, not quite close enough to make the move. Side by side down into the hairpin with Workman and Scorange. And that's allowing Early to get up in there as well. So now it's Workman, Scorange and Early. Oh, big cover on the inside at the sweeper. And that's allowed Early up the inside of Workman. So Workman loses out on that one. Early now starting to put the pressure on Scorange. On the contact further back behind them. Managing to keep it all clean and tidy. Still line astern out front. Still Caleb in the lead with McMillan and Finlay close behind. So 2 to go as they cross the stripe this time by. Finlay looking to try and close the gap up on McMillan. Not quite close enough this time at top of the hill. A little bit further back in the pack, still bumper to bumper. Oh, move on to top of the hill further back. Manages to make it stick. A little bit of contact. But clean enough for me. Now Workman all over the back of the 24 cart. That's Early. Early still trying to put the pressure on in front of him on Scorange. It'll be 1 to go this time by. Leaders have taken the last lap flag. Caleb Cross out in front, just has to bring it home. Finlay still trying to put the work on McMillan. Oh, good battle up top of the hill again. A little bit of an over-under, manages to make it stick. And it's allowing Connor Peel into the fight too. Connor up the inside at Tech Shed, not quite enough space to do it there on the 57. It's still going on down into the hairpin for the ladder positions. Still bumper to bumper as they come out of the hairpin. No changes there though, so everyone got a good run out of the final corner. So it's Caleb Cross coming home in 1, Levi McMillan finishing 2, Finlay strong finish there in 3, then we go back to Norris in 4. Charlie Steele rounds out your top 5, then we go back to Hugo Scorange in 6, Jacob Early managed to hold on for 7, Workman there in 8th, Kobe Ware 9 and Louis Ball 10. Ryan Jeffries come home in 11th, Connor Peel 12th, good battle there with Nicholson as well in 13, then Carlisle and Phillips 14. All good?
Briggs on the grid
Yep.
for the pre-final.
Yep.
20 past 12.
20 past 12?
Please.
Okay, sure. So we'll go into a wee lunch break now, and we'll have the Briggs light and heavy drivers on the dummy grid at 20 past 12 for your pre-final event.
Oh, g'day, how's things? Not bad, yourself? Good, good. Jack, one last job.
Oh yeah.
You make announcements.
Small announcement, folks. We have RFI's Real Fruit Ice Creams just over past the tech shed, just behind them there. As you come in down the gravel road, they'll be open in about 10 minutes, making some ice cold ice creams for this lovely warm day we're having. So make sure you get over there and support those who support us. Thank you. Rightio, welcome back folks to day 2 of the Fine Work Pavers Garden Cities Champs 2025. Briggs Light and Heavy out there on the track, ready to start their pre-final for this weekend. Rotax Heavy, head down to the dummy grid for your pre-final. Rotax Heavy to the dummy grid. Starting to get the field up now for their pre-final event. Briggs Light and Heavy. Off 1 we have Chris Cox. Starting in 2, William Ruffle. Stephen Maynard on 3. Chris Harris on 4th. Charlie Harris on 4th. Then we go back to Danny Aitken 5. Quinn Mears 6. Then we go back to Leslie at 7. Jamie McKenzie at 8. And Dwayne Southey, first of the heavies. Come around the final corner now, ready to face the starter. Briggs Light on the dummy grid, here we go. Lights are out, they're away. Good start from the inside lane. Heavies will be away in a moment. Good start from all the Briggs Light drivers so far. No moves up in the top of the hill so far. Clean and tidy, heavy drivers away now. Side by side for the heavies up top of the hill. Oh, a bit of a spin up there at the back. One of the heavy drivers just lost it on the exit. Oh, good move here down the inside for the 98. Not quite enough pace to make it stick. Turning attention back to the light drivers. Chris Cox out there with a nice wee lead. Then we go back to Maynard in 2nd, Ruffle in 3rd. Then we go back to Aitken in 4th, under pressure. So Aitken getting a little bit of a hurry up from the cart behind. That's Mears. Mears in behind Aitken. And we've got Harrison behind him. Harris with good overspeed out of turn 5. No look up the inside at 6. Trying to carry the speed up onto the straight. Still line astern further back through the field. Bumper to bumper. And Aitken and Mears. No move at the top of the hill from Mears on Aitken this time. Still right there on the bumper. That's allowing Harris to keep there with them. Harris looking for a move at the inside of Big Shed. Not quite close enough this time. Right on the bumper of the 82 of Mears. Oh, looking for a move down into the hairpin on Mears. Through goes Harris. A little bit of contact. Not a clean exit, but that's okay. That allows Aitken to pull away a wee bit. So Aitken got a bit of breathing room out of that one. Out in front, it's still Chris Cox as your leader. Then we go back to Maynard. Little gap back to Ruffle. Everybody's starting to spread out a little bit now. Looking a bit further back in the field. Heavies all started to spread out as well. Looks like the 44 in control of the race for the heavy class. Chris Cox setting the quick time, and I say that Maynard goes a bit quicker, 35.8 for Maynard, so Maynard's starting to turn the pace up now. Oh, a little bit wide for Aitken there at top of the hill. That allows Harris to catch up behind. Harris now looking up the inside and tech shed on Aitken. Makes the pass stick, nice and clean. Good move from Harris there on Aitken. Does she have what it takes to get it back? Good exit out of 6 for both of them drivers. A little bit further back now, the 44 of Southey, under a little bit of pressure from Richards. It's still Cox out in front with the Lightfield. Healthy lead over Maynard. Ruffle now in third. Still a wee bit of a gap back to Harris. Harris is starting to put the pressure on now. Aitken going with him. A little bit behind there is Mears. Mears still trying to hang on to the back of that little group of three. And it's still Southey out in front of Richards in the heavies. Six to go for these drivers as they cross the stripe this time. Chris Cox now coming down into the hairpin. Still a nice wee gap over Maynard. As we look a little further back, the 95, the 96 and the 15 of Aitken now starting to close up onto the back of Harris and Ruffle. So now, Ruffle. Harris now right up on the bumper of Ruffle. Bumper to bumper through the sweeper, coming up to the top of the hill. No move there from Harris this time by. Down the hill, three bank spin this time for Harris and Ruffle. Ruffle covers the inside nicely. Harris having to go wide, trying to use the speed. Ruffle still covering nicely, a little bit slow on the exit there. Harris looking for a move up the inside of six at the hairpin. Makes it stick, but gets the switchback, does Ruffle. So Ruffle holding on. Good defensive driving from Ruffle. Knows what to do to get the spot back. Still Coxie way out in front. 4 to go this time. So Coxie with a comfortable lead. Maynard there in second. He's got a nice wee lead over third, fourth and fifth. But the battle for third still on. Another move here at Tech Shed for Harris on Ruffle. Ruffle slides a little bit, trying to get him back. Good overspeed out of 5 from Ruffle. Still bumper to bumper. Aitken now on the bumper as well. So it's a 3-horse race for third. Still bumper to bumper as they come down the straight. 3 to go for them this time as they cross the stripe. So it's Ruffle out in front of Harris, then Aitken right there with them. Oh, good move from Danny Aitken there, up the inside at Tech Shed. 95 manages to get him back. Good overspeed from Aitken now on the outside at 6, down the hairpin, looking for the switchback onto the straight. Good overspeed from Aitken, right on the bumper there. So it's Coxie out in front, then Maynard, then Harris, Ruffle and Aitken having a good battle. Aitken a little bit up the inside there through the sweeper, not quite enough to get the move done. Still all over the bumper of Ruffle is Aitken. And this has allowed Harris to start to stretch out a bit of a lead. So Aitken's still over the bumper, through Tech Shed and through 5. Good little move there, still behind. It'll be 1 to go this time by for the leader. Aitken still all over the bumper of Ruffle. Good gap out from first, second and third. Looking for the battle in 4. Aitken now trying to make the charge up top of the hill. Not quite close enough there, but all over the bumper coming down the hill. Last lap this time by. Can she put it up the inside at Tech Shed? She throws it up the inside. Great move there from Aitken. Ruffle still holding the inside, going for the switchback, now down to the last corner. Aitken trying to switch up the inside, good move there. Oh, a little bit of curb. Oh, runs him wide. Aitken makes the move stick. So a good drive from Danny Aitken there, managing to hold on for 4th spot there in the last lap. But it'll be Chris Cox taking out the win from Maynard and Harris. Then we go back to Aitken with that great little last lap move on Ruffle. Then we go back to Mears and Leslie. Then McKenzie and Southey, first of the heavies. Then Matt Hillier, David Richards, David Cochran, Ian McLeod, and Stephen Hillier, DNS.
good attitude towards it too.
Yeah, I said to him, I was like, that's what it is, mate. They can lose the weight, so you can make the
Rotex Heavy, you should be on the dummy grid now. And we'll get our Vortex Mini Rocks to start heading down to the dummy grid for your pre-final. Vortex Mini Rock to the dummy grid for your pre-final. So Rotex Heavy out there now for their pre-final, just getting the carts all warmed up. It'll be Simon Hunter off 1, then we go back to Emerson on 2. Kevin Barker, he's starting there in 3 on the inside with Frenchie on the outside. Ryan Gooding there on 5 with Hughes on the outside on 6. Neil Shearer 7, Andrew Goodsir 8, Mario Cufone 9, and Ian Carter rounding out the top 10. Rotex Heavy, proudly sponsored by Racing Sims, racingsims.co.nz. Last call for Vortex Mini Rock to the dummy grid for your pre-final. So now just the leaders bringing them through the infield as they come up to group the field together for the start. So all bunched together now, ready to face the starter. Oh, a little bit of bump and shove. Lights are out, they're away. Good start from Hunter on 1. So too is Emerson carrying the speed round the outside. Emerson looking for a move at top of the hill, wasn't quite close enough there. A little bit of jostling further back. Still side by side further back. Hunter now starting to pull a bit of a gap on Emerson. And Emerson starting to pull a bit of a gap on Barker behind. Then we go back to Frenchie and Hughes are there in 5th. Oh, a bit of a poor exit from Hughes out of 6th. That's allowed the door open for the 81 of Ryan Gooding. Now putting the pressure on Hughes up top of the hill. It's still Hunter out in front, coming down through into Tech Shed now. Still a nice little gap there back to Emerson. Starting to pull away from Barker and Frenchie now. So a good start from our front 2, starting to pull a bit of a gap now on P3. That's Barker there in 3rd. Frenchie there still trying to hold on with him. Then we go back to Hughes, who's under pressure from Gooding. A little gap back from Gooding to Goodsir. Then Carter, then Shearer, then Cufone at the back. Field just spread out nicely now. Everyone's settling into a bit of a rhythm. It'll be 9 to go as they cross the stripe this time by. Bit of a battle now starting to emerge. Frenchie getting all over the back of Barker up the top of the hill. So Barker just struggling for a little bit of pace early on in this one. Good close racing for a couple of drivers through the field here. Still watching Barker and Frenchie up the straight. Starting to close that gap in ever so slightly is Frenchie. Still there, about a cart length's gap behind. But it's still Hunter out in front, setting the pace at the moment. Quick time for him, 31.9. No difference in it for the second place driver of Emerson. Oh, great move up the inside there from Frenchie at 5, but Barker outdrives him on the exit. Now side by side, down into the hairpin. But it'll be Barker who comes out on top out of that one. So Frenchie's still there right behind him though, looking to make another move this time. 7 to go as they cross the stripe. Bit of a move on for Shearer further back at top of the hill. Makes it stick on Carter. Carter trying to get back on the downhill. Can't quite do it there. Both these two drivers, well burst, very respectful. Have a wee look for Carter at the inside of 5. Couldn't quite make it stick there. Still though, it's Hunter out in front. Keeping that gap the same distance as Emerson and P2. A little bit of a gap back now still to Barker in 3 with Frenchie right behind him. Hughes now starting to close up the gap to Barker and Frenchie. So can Hughes pull the wick out and make it garbage quicker for these last couple of laps? Still line astern for the rest of the field as they come through. Still Hunter out in front. Emerson now starting to close the gap up on Hunter. Looking for a move at top of the hill is Emerson. Not quite close enough there this time. Hunter knows he'll be looking. So the defence will now have to start for Hunter. He'll be feeling the pressure coming into Tech Shed this time. Not quite close enough there. Still line astern for Barker and Frenchie behind. This is allowing Hughes to catch up a little bit, ever so slightly, lap after lap. Bit of a look behind from Hunter on the straight, just seeing where Emerson is, seeing how close he is there with him. 4 to go this time, top of the hill, coming back down now. Back through Tech Shed again once more for the leaders. Still pretty close there between 1 and 2, not quite close enough for any action to happen just yet. Frenchie's still all over the back of Barker, now it's still allowing Hughes to catch up. 3 to go this time by. Still the gap at the front, unchanged, about a kart length's gap between Emerson and Hunter. So Emerson not letting to lose any time here today in the pre-final. Right on the bumper now is Emerson through Tech Shed, so Hunter just trying to keep it nice and steady. To go this time by for the leaders. Coming through up the hill again. Gap still about the same for the leaders. So too for Barker there in 3rd with Frenchie behind him. Hughes just not quite able to pull the gap down any further. Drivers looking smooth and pedestrian coming through the infield here. All these gaps starting to emerge. It'll be 1 to go for the leaders this time by as they come round the sweeper and up the straight to the top of the hill. Hunter extended his lead a little bit further this time now. So Emerson just buttoning off the pace a little bit, saving the tyres for the final. Nice and smooth there through Tech Shed for the leaders and through 3 and 4. No changes for the lead, 5, 6 karts on that last lap. So it'll be Simon Hunter who takes the win from Thomas Emerson in 2nd. Then we go back to Barker in 3rd, managed to hold off that defence from Darren French in 4th. Then we go back to Hughes in 5th, not quite enough pace to catch the boys in front. Then we go back to Gooding and Goodsir, had a good battle there with Shearer and Carter throughout the race. And then we go back to Q-Phone, rounding out the field for the Rotax Heavy. Vortex Mini Rock should be on the dummy grid now for your pre-final. Rotax Junior, start making your way down to the dummy grid for your pre-final. Rotax Junior to the dummy grid for your pre-final. So, Vortex Mini Rock out there on track at the moment, just warming the tyres up for their pre-final. Proudly sponsored by WKS Car Store. So far this weekend, it's been Nixon Cripps out in front for most of the weekend. Good battles going on through the field in this class throughout the weekend, though, for the top 5 or 6 drivers. Just starting to gather up the field now. So we'll have Cripps off 1, Tucker on 2, then O'Malley there on the inside on 3, Doherty 4, Aaron Lee starting 5, Nico Thomason 6, Iris Lee 7, Emma Gallagher 8, Jet Randall 9, Theo Toynbee 10, and Leslie off the back. Last call for Rotax Junior to the dummy grid. Ready to face the starter now, Vortex Mini Rock pre-final. Lights are out, they're away. Good start from both lanes this time. Doherty on the outside, trying to cover the speed. Manages to make it stick. O'Malley covers the inside at top of the hill. Good shot there from O'Malley, but Doherty goes around the outside. Doesn't quite make it stick there through Banks. A little bit of contact further back there with Lee and the number 3 car. Just trying to find a bit of track position. Doherty and O'Malley having a good ding-dong battle straight away. So too is Lee and the number 3 car. That's Thomason. So now the gap's starting to unfold a little bit now. The 2 leaders starting to pull away from the rest of the rest. So it's Cripps out in front, then it's Tucker right behind him. A little bit of a gap back to Doherty. O'Malley sitting there in 4th. Then it's Thomason, then Lee. A little bit of a gap back. All good and clean through the infield this time. Oh, and Aaron Lee got a good run out of the final corner. He's right up behind the number 3. That's Thomason there. He'll have to cover up the top of the hill. All line astern through top of the hill this time. Everyone just biding their time. Plenty of laps to make it happen. A little bit of a dust drop for the leader there on the exit of 4. Bumper to bumper now is the 3, the National Schools champ Aaron Lee and Iris Lee right behind him. So a good battle starting to emerge for the 4th, 5th and 6th positions. But out in front it's still Nixon Cripps, Tucker still under the wheel trying to get the draft up the hill. Doherty in 3rd, O'Malley putting the pressure on him. Then we go back to Lee who's got the pressure on now from the number 3 up the inside at Banks Bend. Great move there from the number 3 car. Aaron Lee back up the inside through Banks Bend. A little bit of curb. Oh, a bit of contact. Wheel bop. Manages to keep it in a straight line. So good job from Thomason there on the defence with Lee. Under pressure from both the Lee drivers. Now all over the bumper, down the main straight. It's bumper and bumper. 5th, 6th and 7th position up the hill. Lee up the inside last minute at top of the hill. Thomason has to go wide. The other Lee driver just next to him decides to back out of it. So Lee on the defence coming through the infield. So Thomason under a bit of pressure from both the Lee drivers. Oh, and a good exit from Iris out of the last quarter, so she's all over the back bumper of Thomason through the sweeper. 7 to go this time by. Our leader's still Cripps out in front. Then it's Tucker. Then we go back to Doherty and O'Malley. Just starting to extend the gap now is Doherty to O'Malley. And then a wee gap back to Aaron Lee. Oh, a little bit of a look there from Iris up the inside of 5. Not quite close enough to do it this time. Back through the hip and they go. 6 to go this time as they cross the stripe. Still Cripps setting the pace out in front. Quick time, 34.2. So everybody just starting to spread out now, settling into a bit of a groove. Front runners all separated by under a second. But it's still action further back for the number 3 kart of Thomason. Under pressure from Iris Lee still. And Aaron Lee starting to extend the gap on Thomason as well. So Irish looking to make the same move as Aaron. Through the sweeper they go and up the hill again. Tomlinson managing to hold off Lee there at top of the hill. Carrying the speed. Still Cripps out in front. Tucker now starting to close the gap up on Cripps. So Cripps just dropping off the pace a touch. Fastest lap now for Doherty. 34.1. So Doherty now setting quick times as well. 4 to go this time as they cross the stripe once more. Our top two have sort of started to stretch away a wee bit. Doherty's still in the fight there, just a little bit further back. Then we're looking at O'Malley. Then we go back to Aaron Lee and Tomlinson, and Iris Lee still glued to the bumper of that number 3 machine. Oh, good corner from Iris there, all over the bumper through Tech Shed now. Just trying to keep the momentum up, trying to make a move on Tomlinson. Oh, good job out of the hairpin there for Lee. Still not enough overspeed to get it up the straight. Still line astern for our top 5 drivers so far. Track just starting to cool off a little bit out there now. Bit of cloud cover coming over. Still low, Thomason under pressure from Lee. Hasn't quite been close enough to make that move stick just yet. And a little bit further back, Gallagher and Randall are now starting to get close enough to have a bit of a scrap. So Randall now looking at the back bumper of Gallagher up the straight. It'll be 2 to go as they go across the stripe this time. Still your top 5 remains the same. Cripps, then Tucker, then Doherty, O'Malley. And then it's Lee who's pulled a bit of a gap back from Thomason. Then it's Iris Lee still all over the back of Thomason as they come through Tech Shed once more. She'll have 1 lap to do it this time by. So 1 to go for the leaders now as they come round the sweeper and up the hill. Still Cripps out in front, looking smooth, then Tucker. Then we go back to Doherty and O'Malley. As we look up the top of the hill now, looks like Lee's put the move on the number 3 card, but Tomlinson says no thank you and takes it back. Down the hill they come. This is a last lap ditch attempt. Lee looking for a move now, potentially into turn 5 or 6. All over the bumper now with the number 3 card. Thomason putting the defence in. Little look behind the shoulder, just checking where she is. Not quite a move on this time though, so Tomlinson's going to hold out. Good defence from him. So as they come across the stripe, it was Cripps, Tucker, then Doherty in 3. We go back to O'Malley and Lee. Then we go back to Thomason, managing to hold off Iris Lee there for 6th spot. Then we go back to Randall, Gallagher, Toynbee and Leslie. Rotax Junior should be on the dummy grid now for your pre-final. Cadet to the dummy grid for your pre-final. Cadet to the dummy grid for your pre-final. So Rotax Junior out there on track now for their pre-final. Proudly sponsored by New World Roller Sim. been some fantastic action in this class this weekend. All these drivers know the risks, know what they're pushing for. So as they come to gather the field up, it'll be Zach Tucker off 1. Then we got Louis Smith starting in 2. Magni Whittle there in 3. Jack McGrath on the outside in 4. Then we go to Josh Steele in 5. Angus Wilton in 6. Robbie Batt 7. Nicholas Cape at 8. Henry Fisher, the number 9, starting in 9. And Fletcher Lowe rounding out the top 10. Those will be 2 to watch, the 9 and the 27, as they start to try and get through the field. Then we go back to Weir in 11. Eggers 12, Arrell 13, Dennison 14, Frater, Joe, Maxwell, Flecknow, McFreddy's and Dunn off the back. Ready to face the starter now up the straight, all bunched together. Lights are out, they're away. Oh, big move from the outside lane to the inside there. Off the start, good start from the inside. Oh, a bit of contact there, a couple around at the exit of the one. Side by side for the rest of the field, top of the hill. Couple of carts just having to be shuffled back. All the carts underway again now, those caught up in that incident at the start. Still a couple wide through the infield, just trying to find their space on the circuit. But out in front, it's still Tucker in the lead. So it's Tucker from Smith, then Whittle, then Steele, Batt, Lowe, Fisher, Cayford, Wilton, Weir and Zhao. That's your 11. So good start for our top 3 drivers. Have managed to pull a bit of a gap now from the rest of the field. That's Tucker. Then we got Smith and Whittle. That's our top 3. Little gap back to the 21. Oh, good move up the inside of 5 for the 27. Little bit of contact though. That means the 21 loses 2 spots and he's going to lose another one down at the hairpin. 3 wide into the hairpin. On the exit, 2 by 2. Everybody's shuffling in the cars, trying to get it to go a bit quicker out of the corner. Side by side through the sweeper now, a little bit further back. Oh, a bit of contact at top of the hill there. Looks like the 48 getting the hurry up now through Banks Bend. So the 21, the 48 and the 70 all bumper to bumper. So too is the 65 and the 81. So that's the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th. But out in front, it's still Tucker, Smith and Whittle starting to stretch a good lead over the rest of the field. Oh, a bit of a move on top of the hill further back there. Looked like the 81 made a move, made it stick, nice and clean. Everyone line astern through Banks Bend now. Just starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm. Wheels hopping over the curb. But it's still Tucker and Smith out in front. Smith with the quick time, so Smith starting to put a bit of pressure now onto the back door of Tucker as they come down the hill again. So Smith now all over the back door of Tucker through Tech Shed. Smith with the quick time, so he's putting the pressure on. A little bit of a gap back to Whittle now. So Whittle trying to hang on to the top 2 now. Everybody else nice and clean through the infield, line astern. 7 to go this time as they cross the stripe. Still Smith with the quick time. So Tucker and Smith now out in front. Maybe just lost a little bit of pace in that cart, did Tucker, over the lunch break. Allowing Smith to capitalise on that. A little bit of dirt in the background, nothing too serious. Still line astern for the rest of the field as they make their way through Tech Shed and through turn 5. So it's still Tucker and Smith out in front. Smith all over the bumper of Tucker still, just waiting to pounce on that moment. Any small mistake from Tucker and Smith will be right there in the doorway. Oh, thinks about a move down at Tech Shed, but not quite close enough there. Still pretty tight. Tucker will know he was looking there now. All still clean further back. Everyone's still line astern. Good exit out of 6 from Tucker this time, so he manages to extend the lead a little bit this time by up the hill again. Smith's got more work to do this time. Good entry up top of the hill for Smith. Manages to keep the gap tight. Down into Tech Shed again they go. Still Tucker out front looking relaxed. A move on here for the number 5 on Fisher. down at Tech Shed, manages to hold it in. Oh, Fisher manages to get the drive out of 5 and gets him back. So a good ding-dong battle on there with Fisher in the number 5 of Robbie Bat. 4 to go this time as they cross the stripe. Still it's Tucker and Smith out in front. Bit of a gap back to Whittle there. Oh, a little bit of a dirt drop from Whittle, so a small mistake. That's capitalising now for the 27. So the 27 are low now all over the back of Magni Whittle. So Whittle going to have to do some defensive driving for the last couple of laps on this one. So too is the 48. So the 48 now out of 6, under pressure up the straight. Still close at the front with Tucker and Smith. Now Whittle under a bit of a pressure from the 27 of Lowe. So we've got a couple of races going on here, a race for the win and a race for 3rd place. Is there going to be any change? Going to focus on the lead now. So it's still Tucker and Smith out in front. Tucker leading Smith. Be 2 to go this time by across the stripe. Can Tucker hold on for these last couple of laps? Can Smith throw anything up the inside? Here comes the move at the back for 3rd place. Good move for the 27 at top of the hill. Another move on down at Tech Shed for the 1st and 2nd spot. And Smith gets through on Tucker up the inside. Good defensive driving from Lowe in 3rd. Tucker now all over the back of Smith at exit of 6. Oh, good exit for Tucker. They're side by side. This is the last lap as they come across the stripe this time. Tucker up the inside of the sweeper. No contact this time. Goes to cover the inside, does Smith. Good cover by Smith. Tucker now trying the crisscross through Banks Bend. Up the inside at Banks does Tucker. Good move there, nice and clean. Does Smith have an answer for him at the exit of 6? Good cover from Tucker. Smith will have the drive. Still the 27 in 3rd there. That's Lowe and Whittle. Oh, a bit of contact here for the 81 and the 65 at turn 5. That's going to take the 81 out of contention for that one. But a great race at the front there with Zach Tucker taking home the win. Louis Smith just in behind there in 2nd. Great battle for P1 there. Also 2, Fletcher Lowe finishing in 3, just in front of Whittle there. So managed to make it stick. Then we go back to Fisher, Robbie Bat finishing 6th. Then we go back to Steele and Wilton, Cayford and Yossi Ware rounding out your top 10. Cadet, you should be on the dummy grid now for your pre-final. Cadet, on the dummy grid for your pre-final. Just a little bit of a delay here while we wait for our fabulous kart recovery team to clear the track for the Cadet Rock final, pre-final. Rotex Light, start making your way down to the dummy grid for your pre-final. Rotex Light to the dummy grid for your pre-final. Rightio, so Cadet Rock out there on track for their pre-final, proudly sponsored by Degree 43 Hot Tubs. So the two to watch for this one, Max Gosling, he'll be starting off one. Then we go back to Freddie Waller, he'll be off two. They'll be ding-dong battling the whole race, no doubt. Then we go back to Patterson, he was there, he was quick. Then we've got Miller starting off 4, Bentley Hart starting off 5, Gradwell on 6, and Rowan Liu on 7. Final call, Rotex Light to the dummy grid for your pre-final. So just punching them all up now are the leaders. Coming up the straight, ready to face the starter. 12 laps the distance. Lights are out, they're away. Bit of a staggered start there for a few carts behind, but a good start from Gosling. He's out in the front. Waller there, right in behind him. Then we go back to Patterson. And that's the number 8 of Miller. Oh, good start from Gosling there. Under a bit of pressure from Waller straight away. Good first lap from out front too. Gosling and Waller all over the back bumper, got a good drive out of the hairpin. Coming through the sweeper now. Good exit for Waller, looking up the inside at top of the hill. Makes the move stick. Gosling trying to carry the speed on the outside, couldn't quite hold it there. And this is allowing Patterson to catch up to the back of these two. So it'll be a three-way fight for the lead in this one. Starting to get a little bit of a gap now back to the number 8 cart. That's Miller. So Waller with another good exit out of the last corner. Oh, and Patterson got a good drive. He's looking to get past Gosling. So it's Waller, Gosling, then Patterson. That's your top 3. Oh, a bit of pressure up behind with the number 23, Bentley Hart. So Waller now just starting to pull a little bit of a gap on Gosling. Driving smooth, Gosling under a bit of pressure from Patterson. He might signal him, let's work together, let's try and wheel in Waller. So it's still Freddie Waller out front, setting the quick time at the moment. They've got that set up dialed in now. Then we go back to Gosling, still under a little bit of pressure from Patterson, just trying to hold it with him. Little bit of a gap back to the number 8 of Miller. Then we go back to Gradwell and Hart and Liu. Three-way battle for the back. Oh, a bit of a slow exit there for Gradwell at the back, so that's allowing Hart up the inside. Down into the sweeper, covers the inside nicely. Still bumper to bumper back there up the hill. The leader's now coming through Tech Shed, just starting to get a bit of a gap now is Waller on Gosling. Gosling's still under a bit of pressure from Patterson, so he's not letting go easily. And the three at the back still bumper to bumper.
Better be mine.
So it's still Waller setting quick times out in front. 33.2 for Waller, 35.2 for Waller, 35.4 for Gosling. Morgan racing up top of the hill further back there with Hart. So a good race emerging here further back for Hart and the 41 of Gradwell. So too is Lou right there with them. So a bit of a pace difference starting to emerge now. The top three still pretty close together, but then a nice wee gap back to the number 8. Out there by himself, just holding strong. And we have the three at the back having a good battle as well. But it's still Waller out in front with the quick time. Then Gosling going a little bit quicker last time by. So Gosling's now starting to get a bit of pace back into that cart. It'll be 5 to go as they cross the line this time. All the front three drivers still setting the same pace. Oh, Gosling has in a bit of a moment at top of the hill, and that sends Patterson off as well. This has allowed the number 8 to catch up. He's going to capitalise. Oh, what a beautiful move. 2 carts in 1 corner. Fantastic stuff from the number 8 of Miller. He'll be jumping for joy for that one. And now Gosling under pressure from Patterson at turn 5. They're side by side coming out of the corner. This has completely allowed Waller to run away with it. Still going on further back with Gosling and Patterson. And now Miller, with a big smile on his face, is feeling the heat from P2. Starting to run away with it now. 4 to go for the rest of the field this time. So it's Waller with a massive lead out in front now with that little incident from Gosling earlier on. So Gosling now trying to put the pressure back onto the number 8, get that spot back. Good race still going on at the back for the back three. Looks like Lou managed to get past Hart back there a little bit earlier on. But it's still Waller way out in front. Then we go back to the number 8 of Miller, then Gosling and Patterson. Patterson's just trying to catch back up to Gosling. Gosling now putting a bit of pressure on Miller. It'll be 2 to go as they cross the stripe this time. Gosling up the inside of Miller at Tech Shed. Beautiful stuff, nice clean pass. Does Miller have an answer for him? Back up the short straight to the hairpin. No reply from Miller, but a good exit from him nonetheless. So it's bumper to bumper now with Gosling, Miller and Patterson. 2 to go this time as they cross the stripe. Up the top of the hill, it's still Gosling, leading Miller, leading Patterson. But out in front, still Waller, charging away with the lead now. Here we go, move on here for Patterson up the inside of Miller at Tech Shed. Another clean move for Patterson on Miller. So Miller now trying to get back up the inside for turn 6. Can't quite get the move done there. We'll try and carry the speed up the straight. Last lap now for Waller. Just has to bring it home nice and smooth. He knows he's got a gap. So too does Gosling now. He's pulled out a bit of a gap over Patterson and Miller. So Miller unable to capitalise from that wee mistake earlier and hold on. So great driving from Gosling though to recover that spin earlier on. So it's going to be Waller takes the flag with plenty of time to spare out front for Freddie Waller. So a great finish for him. He'll be stoked with that one. Then we go back to Gosling. Good recovery drive for the last few laps there. Patterson managed to hang on for 3rd. William Miller, good job getting there in 4th. Then we go back to Gradwell, Lou and Hart, and that's how they finish. Rotax Light, you should be on the dummy grid now for your pre-final.
I'm not going to know anybody. I don't know you.
Did. On 4 trucks here.
Rightio, folks, here we go again. Pre-final time, once again, for Rotax Max Light, proudly sponsored by New World Rangiora. So our South Island champion, Caleb Cross, he's been the man to beat this weekend. He'll be starting off pole. Miles Finlay, hard charger, he's there in second. Levi McMillan, he'll be starting off 3. Tyler Norris on 4. Charlie Steele 5. Ollie Workman on the outside in 6. Kobe Ware 7. Then we go back to Jeffries and Early, 8 and 9. Josh Carlisle, he's your top 10. Connor Peel making some strong moves this weekend. He's moved up to 11. Hugo Scorridge, he'll be starting 12. Riley Gregg 13. Kobe Albie 14. Layla Mickelson 15. Backhouse 16. Louis Bell 17. McConnon 18. Jonty Phillips 19. Brody Edwards starting on the 20. Then we go back to Kyle Lowe and George Feast rounding out the field. Leaders got the field spread out quite a bit here. We'll have to gather them up as they come into tech shed, ready to face the starter. Field just starting to gather up behind the leaders now as they come down into the hairpin, ready to face the starter for the pre-final. 12 laps the distance for this one. Does Caleb Cross still have the wick turned on that car? Here we go, folks. They're all bunched up now, ready to face the starter. Who's going to get the jump off the line? Will it be the inside lane? Lights are out. They're away. Good start from the inside. Great start from the inside, managing to hold Finlay out wide. That's going to put the pressure on him. Finlay going deep on the outside though, managing to hold on to that 3rd spot. Good start. Bit of carnage back there in the back spot. Everyone just funneling through nicely now though. Oh, good move further back for the 5 on the 94. He's making a spot up. Those carts at the top of the hill just starting to get going now. A little bit of push and shove further back through the field, out of 6, up the straight again, first lap complete. And what do you know, it's Caleb Cross out in front, South Island champ, starting to stretch out that lead. Then we go back to McMillan in 2, under a bit of pressure from Finlay. Good job from Workman, he's up there now in 4th, so Workman putting the pressure on. Side by side with Connor Peel into the tech shed. Oh, we've got the 64, drops a chain at tech shed. It's the curb, that one's out of the race. 64's done for. So disappointment there. That was Riley Gregg, unfortunately dropping a chain on the inside of 4. So that's him done for this one. But still out in front, it's Caleb Cross coming through nicely in the tech shed. Smooth and well cured. Then we've got McMillan in 2nd. Then we go back to Finlay, bit of a move on here, further back for the 24 cart. That's early, he gets in front of Steele there in the inside of 5. Still jostling for position further back outside of the hairpin. It's bumper to bumper stuff as they come up the straight. Little bit of a move there around the sweeper for the carts further back in the pack. Side by side up top of the hill, going to push it up the inside, makes the move stick. Side by side, back down the hill again, line of stern. Looking for a move here inside a tech shed. No moves there. Everybody covers the inside nicely. Oh, a bit of a move on there for the number 7. Doesn't quite make it stick. So it's still McMillan and Finlay there for 2 and 3. Finlay putting the pressure on McMillan. Right up all over the bumper. Finlay knows he's got a few laps to do it, so doesn't have to rush it. Caleb Cross still out in front, extending the lead, setting the quick time. Starting to get a bit bunched up now. It's a 77, 69, 55 and 31 now through Tickshead. It looks like Nicholson's right in the middle of that pack there. So that one there is for sort of 10th, 12th, 13th, 14th. So some good battles going on all around the track here. Seven laps to go this one. Caleb Cross again coming through the infield. Still extending that lead. McMillan still under pressure from Finlay. A little bit of a gap back to Workman. Good move there from the 57 up the inside at turn 5. Now he's got the inside at 6. Side by side out of the hairpin. That allows the cart behind them to get up. I think that might have been early getting in there. So it was actually Steele. So Steele's moved early down the order a little bit. Still going up the top of the hill now, bumper to bumper. As they come back through the infield now, leaders here with me. And we go back to Finlay, then Workman. That's an 81 for a move up the inside of the 57. Great move at turn 5. Now get in the hurry up from the 51 behind. That's Nicholson saying, get a move on. Side by side up the main straight there now. That's early, and Steele and Norris all having a duke out at the moment. Still side by side as they come up the hill. Both of the two in the front cover the inside. So this is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th at the moment. The 81 cart cover the inside nicely. That's Steele, early, and Jeffries. Everyone just starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm now. Cross way out in front, still extending that lead, still setting a quick time, 31-1. Then we go back to McMillan, 31-4. Then it's Finlay, then it's Workman. Then we go back to the 11 of Norris. Then Steele still holding off early. And Jeffries. Oh, a bit of contact down here in front of me. That's the 55 and the 77 getting into the pods. And so that bunches the rest of the field up there behind them. Oh, contact, one up on the side. Oh, down at the hairpin there. A couple of carts on top of each other. They'll get that sorted out. Can't quite see who that was down there, but there'll be a local yellow down at the hairpin. We turn our attention back now. Coming through Tickshead, still 81, 24, 57. That's Jeffries in the middle. And a little bit further back, Nicholson holding a couple of them up. Good defensive driving there. Still got one stationary down at the hairpin, managing to get away slowly. 2 to go this time by for the leader as he comes down through Bankspen and into Tickshead. Starting to catch a little bit of lap traffic, but he's got a gap there, so he shouldn't have to worry too much. It's still McMillan there in second with Finlay third. Little gap back to Workman. Then we go back to Norris. Still the battle's on with Steele early and Jeffries there. A little bit further back, Nicholson under pressure from the 55. That's Scorange right there with him. A couple others behind him. Last lap started now for the leader. No pressure for Cross out in front. South Island champ. Just got to bring it home. He's been at the pointy end all weekend, this driver. Large amount of experience here for Caleb Cross. But it's still McMillan and Finlay and second and third. The battle still rages on. Further back with Nicholson in the 55. Of Scorange. Still going on with the 16 and the 5 there as well. All the way down into the hairpin. No covering down there. Trying to get a good run out of the hairpin. But they're going to stay line astern as they cross the line. So as they came across, it was Caleb Cross 1, Levi McMillan 2, Miles Finlay, that's your top 3. Then we go back to Workman, made a few spots up there to 4. Then we go back to Norris, Steele, Early and Jeffries bumper to bumper across the line. Connor Peel made up a few spots. He's inside the top 10 with Backhouse on the dollar. Then we go back to Scorange, Nicholson and McConnon. Good race from them. Then we've got Phillips, Edwards, Low moving up a few spots from this earlier on. And Carlisle, Alvey, Ware, Bell, Greg, DNS for Feast. Briggs Light and Heavy, you should be on the dummy grid now for your final. Briggs Light and Heavy for your final. just a wee pause while we do a bit of cart recovery for that one as well.
Feeling really bad for Dad now. You just sit there.
And then Grant was started to tell him about how Fritz did yesterday, and he didn't even acknowledge him. He was too busy looking for his. He was too busy looking for his videos. He just pisses me off.
He's getting worse. Oh, it's getting really good. It's like when we went to go,
He said no, he was
he
outside.
was just on his truck.
You with Dana there. She said really sitting in the truck. It's Dana with Julia. They're sitting out the truck. Waiting to go.
G'day, Cobber. Yeah, good mate. How are you? On the drone? That's the way. Yeah, mate. That's me. Rightio, here we go, folks. The start of the finals now. Briggs Light and Heavy out there on track, sponsored by Eye King and Liquorland Wigram. Rotax Heavy, head down to the dummy grid for your final. Rotax Heavy to the dummy grid for your final. I need to go to the bathroom. That's all right. Just keep walking. I was going to go just... So finals time for Briggs Light and Heavy, 18 laps the distance. Chris Cox been dominating this weekend, hasn't been able to be beaten by anybody else at this stage. So it'll be Coxie off one. Maynard's, he's been strong as well, holding well in second. Then we go back to Harrison 3. Aiken now is moving up to fourth for this start. William Ruffle will be starting off 5. Then we go back to Mears in 6. 7 is Leslie. Jamie McKenzie on 8. Then we go back to the heavies. Southey off 1. Hillier 2. Richards 3. Cochrane 4. McLeod 5. And Steve Hillier rounding him out. So the light drivers now coming to face the starter now up the main straight. 18 laps the distance. Lights are out, they're away. Good start from both lanes there. Chris Cox got a nice early jump. Out into the lead. Side by side with Jeffries up the hill. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Nothing too sinister though. Oh, a little bit wide for the 19 there. Manages to hold the inside for the next corner. 95 and 19 side by side through tech shed. Managed to be held off by the 95 there. So good driving there from the 95. Heavy's now coming through the tech shed. Good move from the 98 on the 21. Manages to make it stick. As we come back to the lights now, so Chris Cox under a little bit of pressure from Harris. Then we go back to Ruffle. Aitken, Maynard's dropped back a few spots, so he's got work to do. So it's Harris putting the pressure on Cox with the quick time at the moment. Then we're bumper to bumper for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Aitken up the inside with a good move on the 95. Can't quite make it stick there, looking for the switch back into the hairpin. Not quite side by side. Oh, move up the inside of the hairpin there on Aitken. Doesn't quite make it stick. That loses a bit of time for him. So that's Leslie there and Mears. Mears now side by side. So Mears managing to make a spot up there. Aitken all over the back of Ruffle. Oh, good move from Aitken at top of the hill. Doesn't quite make it stick though. So Ruffle able to get back through. Ruffle now driving defensive into tech shed. Aitken trying the long way. Can't quite make it stick. Oh, a bit of pressure on for Aitken. A late move there from Mears behind. Side by side into the hairpin. That's going to make it work. So now Aitken under pressure from Mears up the straight. Mears getting a bit of a push from behind. Up the inside at 1. That both of them go through. So it's still Coxie out in front with Harris right behind him, keeping him honest. Then we go back to Ruffle, and then Mears. Then we go Maynard and Aitken getting shuffled back there. She's got a bit of work to do. Looking back at the heavies, it's still 44 out in front with the 78 of Hillier behind. Then we go back to the 58 of Richards. Rotax Heavy, final call to the dummy grid please. Rotax Heavy for the final. So it's still close out in front with Cox leading over Harris. Then we go back to Ruffle. Ruffle still under pressure from the 82 of Mears, the 19 of Maynard still there with them. Side by side into the hairpin again. Holds them all up. This gives Aitken a good run. So Aitken now on the bumper. 2 by 2 up the straight. All line astern through the sweeper this time. The battle for 3rd is on. No moves at the top of the hill now. Everyone just playing carefully, trying to carry the speed. But it's Mears there, holding strong in 3rd. The 19 putting the pressure on. Mears goes nice and wide. Aitken up the inside of Ruffle. Side by side, back through 5. Can't quite make it stick. Little bit of overspeed for Aitken, down into the hairpin. Looks for the move, over the curb. Oh, shoves him wide a little bit, so Ruffle gets a bit shuffled out. But it's still Mears under pressure from the 19 of Maynard. Maynard all over the bumper through the sweeper. Maynard up the inside, up top of the hill on Mears. Mears looks for the switchback, can't quite get it there. So still bumper to bumper with Mears and Maynard here. Coming through tech shed this time, it's Maynard leading Mears, leading Aitken, leading Ruffle. But it's still Coxie and Harris out in front. 11 to go this time by. The battle's still raging on for 3rd place, just starting to stretch out a little bit now. But it's still Coxie out in front. Harris there still sitting there in second. The battle for third is now starting to stretch out a little bit now. So it's the 19 of Maynard in front of Mears and Aiken. Then we go back to Ruffle. A bit of a gap back to Leslie and McKenzie. Then the heavies coming through, the 44 still out front. That's Southey, then Hillier right on the doorstep, and Richards is there with him too. 10 to go as they cross the stripe this time. Here come the leaders of the Lights field. Harris now with the quick time, so Harris starting to put the pressure on to Chris Cox out in front. Does he have what it takes to reel him in? Aiken with another move up the inside and tech shed on Mears. A little bit of contact on exit, but nothing too sinister. So Mears now having to put the hammer down, put the pressure back on. And this is allowing Maynard to start slipping away out front. So Maynard now holding strong in third spot. Then we go back to Aitken in fourth, starting to pull a wee bit away from Mears. Then we've got Ruffle there back behind Mears. He's starting to put the pressure on Mears now. So Mears under a bit of pressure coming through the infield. Oh, the race is on for the heavies up the top of the hill as well. So now it's bumper to bumper with Richards and Hillier and Southey. Southey leading them through. Hillier under a bit of pressure from Richards there at the tech shed corner. Not quite close enough to make the move stick there. Looking back up across the top of the field. Chris Cox coming through the infield now, still leading. Followed by Harris. Ruffle still trying to put the pressure on Mears. Mears still trying to catch back up to Aitken there with the pressure back on. A good wee battle here for the minor positions in the light class. A little bit of contact up top of the hill there with the heavies, but nothing too sinister. But it's still Southey, Hillier and Richards there, bumper to bumper for the heavies. A good race emerging here now. Just starting to catch a bit of lap traffic as our light leader, Chris Cox. See if he can dispatch him quickly. He does so, up through the inside at Tech Shed. Will Harris have the same kind of luck, or will it slow him down a touch? As we join back with Aitken now. Aitken under pressure up the inside of Tech Shed. Good move from Mears on Aitken. Now Ruffle looking to capitalise on that move as well. So now Mears moving up into that P4 spot. And still further back the battle rages on for the heavies. Out in front, still Chris Cox now extending that lead over Harris. Harris just having to hold on to it. Still the battle with Mears and Aitken rages on through Tech Shed once again. Almost a wee bit of contact there. Oh, Mears runs wide on the exit of fives. That's allowed Aitken to get up alongside. Can she do the crisscross on the exit? Not quite enough there. Ruffle now right on the back door of Aitken. He's leaning into the seat. He wants a piece of the action. 5 to go as they cross the line this time for the rest of the fest. So a good battle emerging with Mears and Aitken, and Ruffle now still bumper to bumper as they come down through Banks Bend. Is anything to play here or here now? Mears looking wide, covers the inside last minute. Aitken can't quite get up the inside. Another switch back from Aitken, managing to get alongside down into the hairpin. Still no overtaking move there. Aitken a little bit of overspeed, just loses a touch of time though. Now Ruffle all over the back door, giving her the hurry up. Ruffle to the inside at T1. Side by side, manages to make it stick for Ruffle. He'll cover the inside at top of the hill now. Little bit of contact from Aitken. Manages to hold on to it. Great stuff here for the lower positions. Aitken again up the inside at Tech Shed. Ruffle sees her coming, gives her the space. Looking for the switch back again is Aitken. Little bump off the exit. Trying to get him the hurry up. Three to go for our leaders as they cross the stripe that time. It's still Coxie out in front, dispatching of the lap traffic quickly. Then it's Harris, just starting to fall off the pace a touch now. As we rejoin the battle with Aitken and Ruffle. Ruffle now still under a bit of pressure from Aitken. Aitken trying to go around the outside of Tickshit. Can't quite set it up there. Looking for the switch back at 5. Good overspeed from Aitken on 5. Up the side, down side by side into the hairpin. Ruffle managing to hold on. Aitken with the overspeed. Heads down under the steering wheel now. Little bump from Aitken up the straight. No move there. 2 to go as they cross the stripe now. Battle for the heavy still rages on. Southey, Hillier and Richards. Oh, and a good move from Ruffle down the hill there. Manages to hold off Aitken. Aitken looking for the switchback. Can't quite get the move on the inside. Ruffle covers nicely. So Aitken really struggling to get the move done here. And this is giving Glyn Mears a chance to run away with it. So Mears is happy with his 4th place so far. Last lap board is out for our drivers now. Chris Cox the leader, just starting to come through tech shed, so this will be the last one for them. Then there's Harris, he's not far behind. Then we've got the 21 crawling through there. Vortex Mini Rocks to the dummy grid now for your final. Vortex Mini Rocks to the dummy grid for your final. So, finals time for Rotax Max Heavy, proudly sponsored by Racing Sims. So, seems to be a bit of a running theme today for the fastest at the front. Simon Hunter dominating the weekend. Then we'll have Emerson off 2, Kevin Barker and Darren French in 3 and 4. Then we go back to Hughes, Gooding and Good Sir in 7. Then we go back to Shearer, Carter and Q-Phone rounding out the top 10. Starting to bunch the field up now. Heading into the final corner, ready to face the start-up. 18 laps the distance for these finals. Oh, looks like we've had one left behind at the start. Looks like that might be Frenchie. They're going to turn him loose anyway. Lights are out, they're away. Good start from Hunter. Emerson there just getting a little loose on exit. Still managing to hold on to it. Then we go back to Barker in 3, then there's Hughes in 4. Just starting to stretch the distance out now. So disappointment for Frenchie there, he's right up the back. But a good start for our top 3 drivers. Hunter, Emerson and Barker. Temperature just starting to come up on track a little bit now too. Wind's starting to die down a touch. There's Hunter out in front. Emerson starting to put the pressure on. Everyone getting through the infield, nice and easy. Starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm now. 16 laps to go this time across the stripe. And it's still Hunter and Emerson stretching the lead out nicely out front. Then we go back to Barker, little gap back to him. Hughes is starting to catch him up. All clean through tick shed this time for our leaders and the rest of the field just following through nicely. Looks like Neil Shearer doing a bit of good defensive work there on Good Sir. And then we turn our attention back to the front. It's still Hunter and Emerson, nose to tail at top of the hill as they come back down the hill. Does Emerson have what it takes to put the nose up the inside of Hunter now? A little bit closer this time. Still just stretching the gap out. 2P3 at the moment. Oh, good exit for Hunter out of the final corner though. He manages to pull a little bit back on that gap. But Emerson all over the bumper through the sweeper and up the hill. These two veteran drivers of the sport. It'll be hard to make Hunter force a mistake. Everyone else just cruising through the infield nicely. Shearer still driving defensively. Good work there. Good cert, looking for the inside at 6. Can't quite get it done. Still nose to tail at the top of the field as they come up the hill again to start another lap. Emerson just biding his time in behind Hunter there at the moment. Hunter will know he's there. He'll hear the engine. He'll hear the revs. So these two at the front just still driving away from them. Hunter a little look behind just to make sure he knows he's still there. Emerson all over the bumper as well. He'll be biding his time for a smooth move, getting some distance between that 3-cart of Barker. Still looking strong up the front. Barker now starting to stretch out a little bit on Hughes. Hughes working the wheel hard through the infield, trying to catch up on Barker. Then we go back to the 81 of Gooding and Shearer behind him, still defending well from Good Sir. Then it's Carter, Cufone, and obviously Frenchie out the back. Still too close to call at the front at the moment for Hunter and Emerson. Just setting quick times at the moment. 32.0, 31.9 for the leaders. Everyone just starting to stretch out a little bit of margin on the card in front of them now, as everything settles in nice and comfortably. 10 to go this time as they come back down the hill again. So it's still Hunter out in front, just starting to stretch the lead out maybe just a tiny little bit, but Emerson not giving an inch or a mile, still right there with him, waiting for a mistake, a very rare mistake from Hunter if there is one. So another quick time for Hunter there, 31.999, 32.0 for Emerson, nothing in it between these two at the front. Showing their maturity and race experience. No silly moves into any of the corners for either of these two drivers. They know they've got to hold 1 and 2. Hunter, all Hunter has to do is finish the race and he'll have this weekend in the bag. Take a look a little bit further back now. Barker now, still stretching the lead out over Hughes. A little bit of a gap from him up to Emerson in second. Now a little bit of a gap starting to form back to the 81. That's Gooding. And still Shearer defending nicely from Good Sir through the infield. So Shearer really showing the pace of his kart this weekend as well. On a bit of racing further back. Looks like that might be Hughes going up the inside with the 81. Bit of side-by-side action, so racing around the outside is the 81. Hughes goes up the inside, straight line up the outside. Oh, Hughes with a problem on the kart. That's the second time for Hughes today with an issue. He's looking at the engine. Maybe it's not a problem. He's going to continue on. No, he's pulling in, so Hughes is done for the final. So another disappointment this weekend for Hughes. And the yellow zone comes out for turn 5, so no passing through there. It's still Hunter out in front with Emerson glued to the bumper behind. Little bit of a gap back now for Barker. and he's not feeling the pressure anymore. Neither is the 81. Fantastic driving from our front two drivers this weekend. It's been nose to tail from both of them, but it's been Hunter on top for the most part this weekend. Can Emerson do anything in these last couple of laps? It'll be 4 to go as they cross the stripe again this time. Barker sitting comfortably in third with no pressure on whatsoever at the moment. Then we go back to the 801 of Gooding. Neil Shearer still defending from the 16 of Good Sir. Absolutely ruthless defence from Shearer at the moment. Frenchie now starting to catch up on the back of Q-Phone. So Frenchie able to capitalise a spot, even with that delayed start for him. So now we're still watching Shearer defending from the 16 of Good Sir. Shearer being smooth and careful through the infield. Good Sir starting to close up on the back though. Right on the bumper now is Good Sir on Shearer. Shearer still defending hard out of the exit at 6. 3 to go as they cross the stripe this time. Leaders now just coming down through Tech Shed. It's still Hunter in, leading Emerson. Then we go back to Barker in 3. Then it's Gooding in 4. And still Shearer defending strong from Good Sir. Through the infield once more for Shearer and Good Sir. Good Sir looking left and right, trying to find a way past Shearer, but Shearer says no and closes the door into 6. Some great racing all the way through this field. 2 to go for the rest of the field as they cross the stripe this time. And we join back with Hunter, still in front of Emerson, now just stretching the kart lengths gap. So Emerson, once again, just starting to drop off the pace towards the end of this one. It'll be 1 to go for the leaders as they cross the stripe this time. Still quick time for Emerson though. So Emerson a little bit quicker that time, but still not quite close enough to capitalise. Hunter showing his form. Just a couple more corners to go now for Hunter as he comes through Tech Shed for the final time for the 2025 Garden City Champs. Down to the hairpin for the final time for our leaders. And a great exit for Hunter. So it's going to be Hunter across the line in 1. A dominant weekend from him. Then it's Emerson in 2. No changes there. Then we go back to Barker in 3. A good strong finish from Barker after an earlier incident yesterday. Then we go back to Gooding. He'll be pleased with that top 4. And Neil Shearer managed to hold off Good Sir right to the line there. So Shearer with a great P5 finish. Good Sir coming home in 6 with Carter there, moving up a few spots in 7. Then we go to Frenchie in 8. Bad start for him, unfortunately. Mario Q-Phone in 9. And a DNF for Paul Hughes, unfortunately there. Vortex Mini Rock should be on the dummy grid now. Vortex Mini Rock for your final should be on the dummy grid now. Just got a little delay for some kart recovery here for the Rotax Heavy Field. All good. Couple more to go now. Yeah. Yeah, my feet are getting a bit sore standing up here all day, but other than that, sweet as. So Rotex Junior down to the dummy grid for your final. Rotex Junior to the dummy grid for your final. So out there on track at the moment, final race for the Vortex Mini Rock, proudly sponsored by WKS Kart Store. Been some fantastic racing in this class all weekend. But the man to beat at the moment, Nixon Cripps, he'll be starting off 1. Then we got George Tucker holding strong in 2. Then Asher Doherty, he's been looking racy for most of this weekend. He'll be starting off 3. Jed O'Malley there on the outside in 4. Aaron Lee, he'll be starting off 5 with Iris Lee behind him. Then Jet Randall in 7. Then we go back to Emma Gallagher 8. Nico Thomas in 9. Theo Toynbee 10. And Joel Leslie rounding out the field once more. As the leaders start to gather the field up now, heading down into the hairpin. Last few carts just catching the back of the pack. Final call, Rotex Junior to the dummy grid, please. Rightio, in the starters' hands, Vortex Mini Rock final. 2025 Garden City Champs. They're away. Good start from the inside lane. That's Cripps getting away nicely. Doherty manages to move to the inside on the 1. Good cover from Doherty up top of the hill. Little bit sideways there. Oh, O'Malley in the grass. That's going to slow him down a bit. Not the quick line through there, unfortunately for O'Malley. As they all file through, takes it nicely. And down into the hairpin for the first time. We'll let you know the standings as they come across the stripe. First time by, looks like Cripps out in front. So it's Cripps, followed by Tucker, then Doherty. Little bit of a gap back to Lee, and then O'Malley out the back. Doherty under a bit of pressure with the number 4 there, side by side as they come through. Banks Bend and into Tech Shed. Trying to go the long way around is Tucker, but not able to do it that time by. O'Malley at the back with a lot of work to do in this one. 16 laps the distance as they cross the stripe this time. So Cripps with a little look over his shoulder, trying to extend his lead now. Doherty trying to work onto the bumper of Cripps. Then we've got Tucker there sitting in third. Then we go back to Aaron Lee, he's right there with them in fourth. Then we go back to the number 3, that's Thomason, and Randall behind him. So another good lap for our leader. Quick time from Asher Doherty. He's the one on the pedal to the middle at the moment in P2. Then we go back to Tucker in 3 with the head down, trying to get the speed up the straight. Aaron Lee now starting to close the gap up on the number 4 of Tucker. Little bit of a gap starting to fall back now to the number 3 car. That's Tomlinson there in the number 3. Then we go back to the 18 of Jet Randall. And then Iris Lee right behind him. So 14 to go as they cross the stripe this time. It's still Cripps way out in front. Doherty still putting the pressure on. Cripps with the quick time this time by. 2/10 faster than Doherty this one. So he's starting to extend the lead a little bit. Doherty's got a bit of work to do if he's going to catch the bumper of Cripps. Cripps the man to beat this weekend. O'Malley now starting to make his way back through the field. He's got past the 88 of Leslie. So now Aaron Lee starting to close on the back door of Tucker. Down into the Banks corner. He's right on the bumper now. Still Cripps out in front with Doherty starting to close the gap in now. Doherty's still on the quick time at the moment. Good exit out of 6 for Lee. He's got the draft up the straight. All heads on the steering wheels as they go up the straight. Trying to get all the speed they can. And there's now a bit of a battle starting to emerge further back with the other lead driver. That's Iris Lee getting up the back of Randall. Jed O'Malley now starting to make his way through the field again. He gets in front of the 64 down the hill. Now through Tech Shed, he's looking racy. Got a bit of work to do to get up to these front couple of drivers. Oh, a little bit wide further back there for Lee. That was Iris Lee just touching the grass on the outside. But it's still Cripps out in front with the quick time, 34-1. Then we go back to Doherty in 2. Then it's Tucker in 3. Now starting to feel a bit of pressure from Aaron Lee in 4. Good consistent driving from these young competitors. Everyone smooth and on the money at the moment through the infield. All the gaps just starting to open up a little bit now. Heads back down as they go up the straight once more. 10 to go as they cross the stripe this time. And it's still Cripps out in front with the number 1 on the cart. The New Zealand champion, showing them exactly how it's done here at Canterbury. Still quick times for the first 3-4 drivers. Bit of pressure now on for the 78. That's Iris Lee getting a bit of a hurry up from Gallagher behind. Oh, good exit from Gallagher, right up under the steering wheel now. Good draft up the straight, throws the nose up the inside through the turn one. Makes it stick, good clean pass there from Gallagher. Needs to cover up the top of the hill, doesn't cover but keeps the speed, holds the spot. Starting to pull a bit of a gap now away from the other carts is the leader and P2. Jed O'Malley now starting to get a bit of pressure on the back of Iris Lee as they come down into the hairpin once more. 8 to go this time across the stripe. It's still Cripps way out in front. Doherty still just clinging on behind in P2. Then we go back to Tucker. Little bit of a gap now for Aaron Lee in 4. Take a look a bit further back now. It's O'Malley starting to put the pressure on Lee. Got to get the move done quickly here. Dispatch of these carts in front as fast as he can. Right on the bumper now of Lee is O'Malley. Looking for a move down into the hairpin. Not quite close enough there. Looking to get the overspeed up the straight. Up under the wheel is O'Malley. Trying to get the overspeed on Lee up the straight. Round turn 1 and up the hill again. O'Malley looking for the move up the inside on Lee. Makes it stick, nice and smooth. So O'Malley now starting to charge through the field properly. A little bit of a slide there. Through Banks Bend, but recovers nicely. But out in front, it's still Cripps walking away with it at the moment. Doherty doesn't have an answer for him. A little bit of a gap back to Tucker. And Aaron Lee there in 4th. Just dropping off the back of Tucker now. The race still going on strong. Further back for O'Malley, just keeping up with the guys, trying to get through. Still following O'Malley here through into the tech shed corner. Nice tight line there, looking for the switch up on the 17. But out in front, it's still Cripps in front, Doherty in second. Then we go back to Tucker. Tucker now putting the pressure on Doherty. Can he put a move on at the inside of Tech Shed? Doherty slowing down a little bit, covers the inside nicely. Tucker just having to wait his time. Aaron Lee now starting to catch back up. These guys battling will bring Aaron into the fight. So the battle on for P2 now. Little look behind the shoulder from Doherty. He says, come on, let's work together. But Tucker isn't having a bar of it. He's all over the bumper through turn 1. 4 to go this time by. Tucker looking for a move up the inside at top of the hill. Makes it stick, nice and clean. Doherty looking to switch back. Now the outside, has to back out of it. Coming down into Tech Shed this time. Doherty looking up the inside. Great move up the inside there. Runs them, Tucker wide, but Tucker holds the inside. Manages to hold the spot. And side by side back down into 6th. This is letting Lee get into it. But still wide out in front. It's Cripps out in front with a nice big lead now. Battle for seconds on. Tucker still holding strong in P2 with Doherty now under pressure from Lee. So Tucker still holding strong in P2 with Doherty and Lee. This will be a battle to the end. O'Malley still moving up through the field. Another move from O'Malley up the inside of Tech Shed. Gets it done nice and clean. Dispatches of the 18 cart. That's Randall. And still the battle for second rages on as they take it through the turn 1. 2 to go as they cross the stripe this time by. Doherty all over the bumper of Tucker. Big move up the inside from Doherty. Tucker going for the switchback. Side by side down the hill. And this is bringing Lee into the fight now. So it's bumper to bumper into Tech Shed. Oh, Tucker up the inside, over the curb, bit of contact, nothing too serious. Aaron Lee looking to capitalise on that mistake now. It'll be 1 to go as they cross the stripe this time by. And this is exactly what Nixon Cripps wanted. He's running away with it out front. So Cripps now on the final lap, only just has to bring it home. The battle for second is still raging on. Doherty now leading them up the hill. And back down the hill now for Doherty. Tucker all over the bumper. Aaron just dropped off a little bit there. This is the last lap. Any moves are going on here. Big cover from the 55 on the inside. The 4 trying to get by. Tucker all over the bumper. Little nudge out of 5. Down into the hairpin. Tucker up the inside, going for the switchback. Side by side with Doherty on the straight. Aaron Lee trying to capitalise down the inside. It's 3 wide across the line. Who's it going to be? Oh, Doherty in P2 with Lee finishing 3. And Tucker coming home in 4th. So Tucker losing out right at the line there. Great stuff from those 3 young drivers. But it'll be Cripps taking home the win. Doherty 2, Lee 3. Tucker there managing to finish 4th. Thomason rounds out your top 5. Then we go back to O'Malley. Good drive from him to recover. Then we go back to Randall, Gallagher, Iris Lee and 8. Great driving there from those talented young individuals.